Having fun yet? Get started, make sure you announce to everybody to speak into the mic. IT, I don't know if they told you, they have some kind of issues, so so it's not that clear. So you gotta really speak into the mic to be heard.
Okay. Good evening. When you come up to the mic, please speak directly and clearly into the mic. That way it will be picked up. We're having a few issues. So make sure that you're speaking directly into the mic when you come up. Hammond City Council public hearing agenda for September 16th, 2021, 5:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Councilman Andrews?
Present.
Councilman Divatario?
Present.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Present.
Councilman Wells?
Here.
Councilman Leon?
Present.
Public ordinance number one. Hearing number one, I'm sorry.
An ordinance to rezone 5.05 acres from RS 11.A to RM-3, located on Barley Road, requested by Roberta Joyner Living Trust owner and Integrity Investors Group, LLC applicant, in accordance with the survey by C. Randall Dixon dated 6/26/21, Z-2021-01-00093, recommended approval by the Zoning Commission. Lacey Landrum.
As described in the introduction, this is a development of an apartment complex. They are requesting to rezone to be able to develop that. It is at the end of Barley Road, and they would be having to continue that road to make it accessible. So if you think about where Academy is and the land just north of kind of that area, that's where we're talking about. On one side, there is already the Waters development, which is a large apartment complex development. Then on the south side is Academy and the strip mall, the new Firestone tire place. Another proposed development, and then vacant land. So that's what kind of surrounds it on the four sides. As described, this came before the Zoning Commission on August 5th, and they did recommend it unanimously to rezone into RM3. I think I was asked and provided to the council kind of the difference between RS 11A. That's primarily a single-family dwelling residential district. And the difference in going from that to RM3 is the RM3 district allows single-family, two-family, multifamily apartments. So it can allow for a more dense area.
Lacey, has the Housing Committee been notified about any of this, the rezoning, like discussed? I know they're working on a study on a survey of the city to, look at apartments versus, housing and then home ownership and everything. So I just didn't know if maybe the chairman or vice chair or any of them were aware of that.
We didn't propose it to them or anything. That it goes before the zoning commission, and then it comes to the council. So I didn't realize that maybe we wanted the housing committee to also look at that. That would be a different process than what we normally use with our rezonings.
Okay.
Then I have a question too. First, I'm gonna ask, how you doing? How did you turn out during the storm?
Not well, but we're still standing here.
Okay, good. I wish I could smile, but it's hard for me to smile knowing about my community. I think the last time that this here came up, it was asked to be on the projector for, because we got a lot of people that don't know nothing about the zoning, and it was asked to be on the projector for everybody can see it.
I'm sorry that didn't happen.
I know. So that's it. That's all I had to say about it.
Anyone from the public on this matter?
Do you want to come and talk? This is the person requesting the rezoning.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ryan Bates. I work with IDP Properties, and first let me send a heartfelt to the community. I am a resident of New Orleans, long lived, and we all have experienced some family members or different situations that have caused us all to take a look at what's important. So my hearts are with you guys as it is with the rest of Louisiana. And so I just wanted to come and introduce myself, answer any questions, and give a little bit of background. The property that we're talking about, as Lacey mentioned, is sandwiched between commercial and other multifamily. And we just feel like that would be the best usage. We're very interested in working with the city and doing anything that we can to, provide and show that we're upstanding members of the community as we do at any developments that we have. So we have properties throughout Louisiana, throughout Georgia, throughout Florida, and we aren't a buy and sell kind of model. We are long-term investors into the community, and like I said, we've got properties down from New Orleans all the way to Lafayette, and we are interested in being a member of the community here. So we appreciate y'all.
Any questions from the council?
Yes, I can ask a question. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good, good. Did planning and zoning, did they make you aware of the sewer issues that we're having?
Yes, and so and we understand your concern too for that and how vocal you have been about it. So we have met with Guy, who's with you guys' department. We've brought up some of our project managers who would oversight construction for access. As we've mentioned, given the road kind of stops a little bit shy of our property. So we're aware that we have to work with the city engineer as well as the city public works. And we plan to make a pretty large investment to make sure that sewer is available and that we can connect in and do everything. So, I mean, that was a big focal point in deciding if we would be able to move on just because of the costs that undertakes. And we did a lot of our own due diligence and we decided to move forward being prepared to make that investment.
Okay, so do you know your location is in my district?
Yes, sir.
And we have a major issue with sewer right now. And I heard you say something about money. How much money was you talking about? Did you discuss that with anybody, or did just something that you and your group talked about?
That's just something that our group talked about, given we knew we needed access to sewer to do our proposed development. So anytime we take a look at these projects, we look at infrastructure, meaning can we access the site, what infrastructure needs to take place, whether it's environmental issues and remediating those, and then water and sewer. If we can't have those basic functionalities, then we couldn't build. And so we don't want tenants having, sewer issue or water issues. That's why we make the investment up front. If we can't make the investment, we can't build the property.
So you keep saying investment. How much did y'all discuss? Are you not allowed to say that tonight?
I would not want to give you something that is incorrect. We have project managers who are construction individuals who, do a cost in terms of what that would take to be done. And then we hire a GC. We do not act as a general contractor ourselves. So we just have project managers with construction backgrounds who let us know, hey, this could be a range of what it would take to provide sewer, to provide access to a site. So that's what the due diligence we've done so far.
All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. So this is obviously very early on, right? I think a lot of
Yes.
people, they see these signs come up and they think, oh, you're about to start building. But,
This could take another 2 years.
okay.
Easily.
And along that 2 years, you have many steps of approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
I do see that, obviously, you guys know that Barley Road doesn't go anywhere near this property. So
right.
you're going to be building a whole new street if you were to get
That's
this.
why we met with the, we had phone conversations with the city engineer as well as with the sewer, because those are the first two questions we asked. We wouldn't be able to move forward with acquiring these properties if we wouldn't have the access or the infrastructure in place to be able to service it as what we're trying
So
to do.
there's nothing already existing that you can just say, all right, we meet all your requirements, we're going to start building right now. You have many opportunities or requirements that you have to meet
Correct.
before this could even go forward. I don't want to speak for you, but are you just trying to get to see whether this is even feasible by rezoning?
Well, if we can't get it rezoned, then there is no project and the land sits dull. But that would be the step. I think it's just a order of priority in order to move forward with getting those approvals and spending the money to go there and do what Mr. Wells is speaking about and spend further money to get there. We'd first have to know that we're zoned to be able to do that. Otherwise, there's, nothing else that we could do with the property for a single-family usage.
Thank you for your interest in our community.
No, I appreciate it. I'm a
at least from
Louisiana
my
resident, so, I'm vested, I'm here, and I will be a partner in this project with long-term interest in it, so. Thank you.
Anyone else from the public? Step up to the mic, give us your name and address, please.
Jerry Barley, Barley Road. And the question is, has this property been sold, or is this just an ongoing project? Yeah, Roberta Barley owns that last I heard. Now, have y'all purchased that?
We have the contract for purchase, yes, sir.
Assuming you can get all your ducks lined up.
Yes, sir. So we have money that's been put through and, to hold the land, and we got a contract, a purchase and sales agreement that's been executed, legally binding, and if we can get it for our users, then we move forward with purchasing it. If we can't, then we wouldn't do it.
Then the sale doesn't go through.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? YouTube?
No, sir.
Next item?
An ordinance to rezone 0.861 acres from I-L to C-H, located in the north two-third of Block 12 of the Barber Addition and within the DDD overlay requested by Joe Tello and Sons, Inc., in accordance with a survey by Max J. Bodine, dated 7/1/21, Z-2021-01-00094, recommended approval by the Zoning Commission. Lacey Landrum.
This is being brought forward, and it's actually a more restrictive zoning that they're seeking. So it's going from industrial light to commercial highway. And commercial highway really fits much better with Railroad Avenue and all the development along that area. This would complete the kind of square. Right now, it's an L-shaped of three parcels that have all been rezoned. This would complete that full square to all be zoned the same way. There's commercial highway already there. There is industrial light, that's the Laycock's place with the propane tanks and everything. There's another vacant lot that is industrial light, and then there's the railroad is on the other side. The difference between industrial light and commercial highway, for instance, in industrial light, you can have manufacturing, you could have product distribution center, you could have a lumber yard, a pipe yard, storage yard, a bottling plant. So think light industrial. Commercial highway is more convenience stores, retail, shopping, office space, those kinds of things. Prior, they did do a rezoning to commercial highway on these similar lands. The DDD was also in favor of rezoning this and felt that it fits better within the district and the goals of the district. And then the zoning commission had unanimous recommendation for the rezoning.
Any questions from anyone from the public?
Lacey, I want to say thank you for sending that comparison chart over a month ago. I think that is really helpful in understanding that we're talking about a very highly traveled thoroughfare in the city where you couldn't even build a bank or an office building or retail or something like that because of its zoning. And the fact that, I had some questions from people in my district about this, but the fact that it is approved by the zoning, approved by DDD, this is what they want, and it fits everything around here. It seems like we're cleaning up and we're doing the correct thing by making this commercial highway.
Right, just a point of clarification, you can still build those things with the current zoning, but what this does is it focuses on those efforts rather than kind of the larger efforts of manufacturing or things that you might see more closer to like the airport area.
Thank you.
Ask you a question. What district this in?
That is on the report, hang on just a minute. Let's see.
3.
District 3, it's your district.
Okay, my district. Okay. See, it goes back to what Councilman Sam said. You know, if it was on the projector and see how you and Councilman Gonzalez was able to talk and know what's going on, people in my district still don't know what's going on. So that's what I'm talking about. So if it was on the projector, they can see it. That's why they hear it, because they wants to know what's going on. Because a lot of times I might not say it right, or I might leave something off. So, and once again, when we doing this here, we need to have it where the audience can see it. The YouTubers will be able to see what's going on and what's being built. Because I don't even know what's being built there myself.
There's not anything, I don't think, proposed to be built there right now. The packet with all of the maps and everything is online and has been for the, I guess a month ago when we introduced this, because we didn't have the meeting 2 weeks ago. So, but I'll be happy to pass around these maps just to show the difference between the L shape and then rezoning to make a full square.
Yeah, so that's what I keep talking about, you know. It's like we going in a circle and we'll never get out this circle.
I'm sorry, we just forgot tonight to have the projector. We've been working very diligently for the last 2 weeks in hurricane response and recovery, and I forgot. I did not ask the IT team to set it up tonight. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and so.
I understand, and we will have it at the next meeting, and we will have it at every meeting following.
Okay, what I was gonna say was, all of us going through something right now, and it's nothing about you. It's hard on everybody, you know. Like the guy from New Orleans, what he said, Katrina affect them more than it affect us. So I feel his pain, but now with this storm here, I kind of understand what people been going through. So I'm just gonna say it like this here, is no excuse, you know. not to have it. You know, now if the IT department wasn't up and working, it'll be different. But, you know, you all knew about the meeting. We found out about the meeting. So the people in the audience, they found out about the meeting. So it's no excuse not to have it. So it's unacceptable in my book. Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Anyone from YouTube? Yes, sir. All right. We move to the next item.
An emergency ordinance to allow for temporary housing for emergency relief related to Hurricane Ida. Lacey Landrum.
This ordinance was shared with the council. It is very similar to an ordinance that was passed after Hurricane Katrina. We are doing this to, or would like to do this, to allow people to put motorhomes or towable campers or FEMA-approved trailers on their property while they are rebuilding.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Any questions from the council? We'll proceed to the next item.
Yeah, one second, hold it. I was trying to wait, see who was in the council was gonna say anything, but I know, but the public need to hear. Far as this about trailers and mobile homes, fifth wheels, campers, and we have an issue now with the building permit office dealing with the old trailers that we can't get tore down or moved out. So I'm not against it, but I would like for you to say it on the record for everybody to know how long this here gonna be in effect for.
Sure, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
This ordinance, because it's an emergency ordinance, can only be in effect for 60 days. What we ideally have written into it is that such use shall not exceed 6 months. Our intent, should the council wish to pass the emergency ordinance, is to then bring back a regular ordinance that would not go longer than 6 months. The difference between some of the items that you described is that the mobile homes are actually not allowed, so you can't take it off something and leave it. It is more for like recreational vehicles, like a camper. It is also for FEMA-approved trailers, because that typically gets rolled out. Those got rolled out after Hurricane Laura. They may be coming this way. It all depends on the amount of damage in the total community. So this, right now, if you pass it tonight, would just be for 60 days only.
So y'all have something in place for if it goes over 60 days, they don't remove the homes, the little travel trailers? Because I know we have a problem with code enforcement all over the city with different issues. So, you know, we wouldn't want to see more added to that. I mean, obviously, I know people that need it to rebuild their homes, but if it's an overflow of these camper trailers that just begin to stay
Right.
90 days to 6 months and forgotten about, you know, I just
They will
wanna
not
make-
be forgotten. I promise you that. They are, it is for temporary housing. It is for relief related to Hurricane Ida and damage suffered during Hurricane Ida. It is for immediate family members to be in that space. And it is just to help people get back on their feet for a very short time. They are going to have to pull a building permit. There will not be a fee for that, but they are going to have to pull a building permit. We'll make sure that it's tied into the sewer system and that it has proper electrical, just to be a safe place to live.
Okay, one more question. So is it for 60 days? So we voting on it for 60 days right now?
Correct. An emergency ordinance can only go for 60 days.
And then later on, we're gonna say, 30 days from now? Because I know from the email that I received, it was 60 days, then 6 months. So, and the reason I'm asking this, because they're gonna come ask me why that trailer's still there. So are we doing this just strictly for 60 days? And then later on, we're gonna come and vote on it for 6 months?
If you approve it tonight, it can only be for 60 days. Our intention, if the council wants to move forward, is to bring you the regular ordinance, which gets introduced at one meeting and then goes to a public hearing and has final adoption at a second meeting. So that one would be up to 6 months. 6 months is the cutoff. And that's the council's pleasure if you choose to pass that at the later meeting. What we're trying to do is, if it's the council's pleasure tonight, to get something in place because we know that these requests are going to be coming.
Okay, thank you.
But just 60 days for tonight.
Okay. All right, we can go ahead and move into the next item.
An emergency ordinance to allow the waiver of certain building permit fees and utility fees regarding repairs for damage caused by and emergency housing relocation due to Hurricane Ida. Lacey Landrum.
This is very similar, again, to an ordinance that was passed following Katrina. This is just to waive building permit fees for renovation or repair of the homes that have been damaged in Hurricane Ida. So this does not apply citywide to everybody who wants to go out and do something with their house. This is for damage sustained during Hurricane Ida. This is just to waive those. Again, similar to the last ordinance, it would only be for 60 days. It's also to waive an energy permit. Those are usually $20 to get your lights turned on at a new place. We've already had 10 different people come in and go through that situation of needing to move immediately out of their house that was destroyed and move to an apartment or a new location and get the lights turned on. And then this is also to apply to water cutoff or turn-on fees, which are the $25 that happen each time. It does not waive the water deposit because that is critical for maintaining the bill. But it does waive the cutoff and cut-on fees and any kind of late fees. I know in the first 2 weeks, we had a lot of calls come in about, how do I pay my water bill now? I don't know if you're open or not. We were open a week after that and able to take payments, but we went ahead because people are so displaced right now and trying to either stay with relatives or come back to their properties. Some still don't have power. We waive the late fees, and we're not doing disconnects right now. So this would make this official if that's the pleasure of the council. Again, this is only for a 60-day period.
And you said waiving energy permits, you mean permit fees?
Permit fees.
Still need a
yes.
permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All of this still needs to, any kind of building, we've already had several people come in with electrical work that needed to be performed because the meter was just ripped off the house by a tree or those kinds of things. All of those still go through inspections to make sure that they're safe.
Anyone else from the public? Anyone from YouTube? Any other questions from the council? All right, that concludes our public hearing. Now we'll move into our regular session. Roll call, please.
Councilman Andrews,
Present.
Councilman Divatario,
Present.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Present.
Councilman Wells, Councilman Leon.
Present.
Well, we'll move right into our prayer. Pastor Bell informed me that he's under the weather, so I'll go ahead and step in his spot. Let us pray. Eternal Father, we just thank you on tonight. We just give you glory and honor and praise for who you are. Thanking you, Father God, for your darling Son who died upon the cross that we too would have access to the tree of life. Father God, if there's ever a time we need you right now. Father God, we need your grace. We need your mercy right now, Father God, and we need that extra boost of strength right now. We thank you, Father God, because without you, we are nothing. Father God, I ask you continue to bless our city, continue to bless our state, and continue to bless our country. I ask you continue to bless the council, continue to bless our city administration, continue to give us wisdom and knowledge from on high. Father God, we just thank you right now for the men and women that work in our city, from our police department to our fire department to our street department to our parks, and every department that is opening and functioning and moving in our city right now. We just thank you for it all. And for that, we thank you on this evening, dear Heavenly Father, that everything will be done in decent order, pleasing and in your sight. Therefore, you will get all glory, all honor, and all praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. At this time, we will have our Pledge of Allegiance by Frederick Gonzalez, SLU Lab School student. All veterans and active military, please render the proper salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Good job, buddy.
Frederick, get back over here.
All right. We'll move on down to our reports. Mayor?
We're closing in on 20 days. We're closing in on 20 days with this storm. Still not finished with it. Still working hard to get some of the citizens back with electric, garbage picked up, debris picked up. Many thanks. Police department, the night of, had their own chainsaws trying to clear streets. The next day, Robert Morgan and his crews out there, Parks and Grounds out there, clearing streets. When Energy came in and they were talking about accessibility, we pretty much, with the citizens themselves and our team and everyone in the community, had the majority of the streets cleared. We had some areas that had an abundance of trees that took days to get them out, but overall, Team Hammond, every department, unbelievable, just continuously working. IT, we have a server go down, even with generators shut down. They had to pull everything out of this building, put everything back into this building. So thanks to them for at least getting us back up and going here, along with the carpentry team, Robert Morgan's team, getting this building and the facility covered for the rain and getting us back to at least be open with this meeting tonight. So everyone, county department, we were out there in the department working in hot conditions, no air, no heat, keeping the city moving. Lacey Landrum, incredible, just a leader in her own right, and our team just continuously working. We're not finished. We have a lot to do. There are still people without power, and we're still trying to keep all of our utilities flowing. So just many thanks to everybody in the community, and we're going to keep working until we get through this.
Just to reiterate a few stats, so it took up to 3 days to chainsaw to clear all the roads. As the mayor stated, the street department was huge on this, the grounds department, the fire, and the police, all chainsawed for those first few days. We had a vast majority of lift stations that the water and sewer department started working 24 hours to make sure and pump those manually down from one to the next of all 55 lift stations. We have 4 that took massive damage and are being completely rebuilt. At one point, we had about 10 of those on bypass pumps. We still have 9 without power that are running on generators. And we took generators from the state and from the Army Corps and from other people to keep that system rolling. The water wells operated the same way. They all came on generators. When we learned that they weren't able to call to each other to maintain some of their pressure as best as they could, the guys started manually making them call to one another. And so again, the water and sewer team was just amazing. The fact that we didn't have a boil advisory during this entire storm is remarkable. We were not like Lake Charles and had our system just completely go down. We were very fortunate, and that was due to some extremely hard work and some very difficult but creative thinking on many people's part. As the mayor mentioned, we dealt here at City Hall with only half the building working on the generator, and then the generator would quit. And so we'd move to a different building and try to operate out of there. We we just kept going, and there was lots of people to do that.
I didn't mention Kent and his team. Kent working till 2, 3,
generator
4 in the
man.
generators constantly with this team out at the yard, and then the electrician with Guy Palermo's team as well, working all day and night trying to keep these generators running for us. Many thanks. I apologize.
Citywide, we drove every street, and we have videoed every street in town. That was by the end of the first week. So all of the damage, all of the debris that has started, all of those things have been noted. Right now, our preliminary estimates are there are 173 homes in Hammond that appear flooded. Just as a comparison, in 2016 floods, that number was closer to like 45. So this is a devastating event for us. That damage assessment does not necessarily include all of the homes that took trees in addition. So on the city's website is a preliminary damage map that shows you lots of dots in the council districts that you can kind of go in and see the difference between minor damage, major damage, flooded structures. We are adding more to that as we confirm those reports. In addition, 23 city buildings or structures have damage, mostly roof and water damage. Of our city employees, we had 23 who have major damage. Their house is no longer livable. We have 45 with minor damage, whether it was minor flooding or minor roof damage, a shed, a fence, trees on the property. We have 6 cars that people they're totaled and gone. The generosity, though, of other communities and of our own community has been also overwhelming. To see how many people have come together, whether it's cooking for each other, whether it's just trying to keep each other entertained by swapping books when you don't have TV, or whatever it is, has been amazing. We had 2 truckloads of donations come, one from Alabama, one from South Carolina. Desiree Doty and her team oversaw the distribution of all of those supplies in the next day. We set up kind of a store, let everybody come through, and we were able to give out donations to more than 520 people. We had another trailer that came from Arkansas full of water. So it's just been, and there's just more that continues. So as we receive those supplies, we're setting up our shop again and reaching out to the community to come in and receive those. So that's our preliminary report. There's much more to come. And I know we have lots of utility representatives and other people in our community here tonight to both give us your perspectives and your plan for restoration.
Before we move to those representatives, I had the council secretary on yesterday to send an email out asking the city to have employees to come in tonight. Those of you that work for the city, would you come up front for me, please, that are in the audience? City employees that are here representing your department on tonight, please come up. And just like Dr. Landrum said, as for me, on my phone, the city email is on an app, and in order for me to answer back during this time to things that I had, the emails that were coming in, I would come up to the city and park in the back parking lot in order to get internet service. And there were 3 vehicles in that parking lot every time I came. It was Lacey's, Charles, and it was a blue truck. I don't know who the blue truck was, Marcus. I kind of figured, I said it to myself that it was Marcus.
Jana.
Oh, Jana? Okay. All right. Well, it was a blue truck. It was a blue truck. I know that because every time I came in order to get internet service to be able to respond back to emails, those 3 vehicles was there. And I know for a fact, just yesterday, again, Lacey, I do thank you. Like I said, I know you were here. I saw the vehicle there, and it was not like it was once a day. It was periodic throughout the days that I would have to come to try to answer emails back by sitting right there in that parking lot. So I had the secretary to send this email out to have you guys to come back. There's nothing that we could do physically to pay you back for all the hard work and the things that you have done over the last couple of weeks. I wanted to thank you personally for the job well done that you guys have done. This is the face of the city right here. This is what keeps the city moving. This is what keeps the city going. And I wanted to thank you personally to let you know the job well done. We thank you from the fire department, from the city police, from the accounting department, the streets and grounds, even the, I went blank. I guess the ROTC, the military group that was in the parks that were helping out. We thank all of you guys. Even with us passing out food over in the park, the guys that were here working on the utility lines told me how grateful they were and how hospitable we are. And you see, they've never seen people treat them the way that we treated them here in any place that they have been. It was just amazing to them. So I want to thank you again for a job well done. So if anyone else from the council would like to say anything, and when I conclude this, that table that is out in front in the lobby is set up for you guys. So grab you a snack or something off of on the table on your way out. But again, thank you.
Thank y'all, all the city workers, for all the hard work y'all did. It took a lot of effort and work from everyone in the community to help get this city back in order. So I appreciate all y'all's hard work throughout this time. Also, I'd like to make a comment too while we're thanking the help. Team Rubicon is, I think, here tonight too. You mind stepping up if you'd like. They're a non-profit veteran-based group that goes around and helps all organizations. I met them all disaster from the storms all over the country. I met them while I was cutting trees off the road to try to help out to get them off the road so people can drive through. And they came by about probably 6 hours afterwards, and they were out there just helping. I didn't know who they were, where they from or whatnot, and got to meet them. And they've been helping people in need throughout the city, volunteer group. They just go around helping people. They had a lot of groups like that around the city that I didn't really get to meet, but I did get to meet that organization, and I wanted to make sure they came here tonight and gave them thanks and appreciate all the hard work y'all did, and y'all are still doing in the area all over the parish, actually. So glad I got to meet y'all. So thank y'all.
I'll just say thank you to the city employees. You guys are underpaid. We all know it. We've said it many times. We need to do something about it. And the fact that you continue to do your jobs and do it better than we deserve is very much noted. And it's life-saving to the people in this community. So thank you.
Absolutely, and I just cannot say enough about all the things that I've seen all of y'all doing. I mean, from the very next day, from that very morning I woke up, police, firemen with chainsaws, and trying to get the city back up, and it was a catastrophic storm without a doubt, and it took everybody. It took the village for sure, and it took everybody coming together, and y'all are all very visible and very much appreciated. Thank you.
I guess they saved the last one. I guess they saved it for me. First of all, I'm gonna thank my God, and I'm gonna thank my community. Now, I'm gonna say to the fire department, y'all was the first one, and I didn't even know this, that the firemen supposed to use chainsaw to cut trees. Y'all actually, and I can't say this here, and people in my community know this, y'all the first ones we saw cutting trees where we can move in and out on the road. And I want to say thank you to the fire department first, and to the rest of the city employees. I don't know what y'all was doing, but I'm gonna say thank you. The sewer department, God, I don't know what happened, but I guess they did the best they could do. The water department, they did the best they could do. But the fire department, and I'm gonna tell the police department, because somehow I don't thank them enough, but you thank people for the things that they do. And everybody in my community know I never look for recognition. So they don't have to thank me. I'm gonna do my job. And I ask you guys, continue to do your job. I appreciate everything that y'all been doing. Ms. Brown, I got to say, she had to sit there and tell me, Devon, is the police department gonna come? Cause they stealing generators and gas in our neighborhood. So I don't know, Ms. Brown, you gotta call them and see. So I wanna thank her, and I guess I always have to say, I have to thank the chief for you doing your job, sending the police out to sit in our community. So thank you, not you, the chief fireman. I have to thank the chief policeman from doing his job. Thank you very much.
Just wanted, I brought two of my new guys with me tonight. We actually had three that started their first official shift at the Hammond Fire Department on duty was August 29th, 2021. So they got inducted pretty quick and figured it out. So, you know, these guys, brand new, never seen anything like this. I'm not sure their ages. I'm not sure if they were even alive when Katrina came through. I remember going through Katrina, and this was quite worse. You know, our guys were very motivated to check on our citizens. We did have a lot of support. We actually had three FEMA teams come in Monday morning, very early. We made contact with them once they were able to get to Home Depot, which during the night, Home Depot, that area around there was flooded. So once we were able to get them in, they actually came in and supported us. We had a lot of backlog calls that we had to answer. They kicked in and helped with a lot of the water rescues, welfare checks, and stuff like that. You know, it was a tremendous undertaking. I don't think the outside world looking in, I don't think they really understand what we're going through, because it impacted our community very, very much. And there's a lot of people that are still hurting, and we're here for them, and we're trying to do the best. But kudos to these two guys, and I just would like to ask the council president next meeting. I hope to have some more, and I'd like to actually swear them in at the next council meeting, if that would be appropriate.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
All right, before we go into the council reports, will Entergy come up? Yes.
Councilman, mayor, and city officials, thank you for inviting us here tonight to give an update on the restoration from Hurricane Ida. It was one of the most severe storms that ever impacted the U.S. with sustained winds.
She needs your name.
Oh,
Sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. My name is Chris Hammond. Thank you. So I am Chris Hammond. I'm the customer service manager here in Hammond, and here to join me to give an update is Patrick Hamby, my counterpart, and Ms. Pam Furbos. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, and he's going to give the status of our outage situation.
Thank you very much. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Patrick Hamby on behalf of Entergy Louisiana, and thank you for having me here. It's been an inspirational meeting so far. The camaraderie, the teamwork, it takes everyone doing their part. Like you said, it's not just Entergy coming through. If you hadn't cleared the streets, we might not be in the position we are today with the restoration efforts. And the customers, the residents here, feeding our linemen in need, bringing water to our linemen in need, just words of encouragement. Very, very much appreciated. I've heard the exact same thing that you guys have heard. And nowhere else have our guys been, and we've been all over the place. We've been up to Superstorm Sandy. We've had people here helping us, and I'll hit on it here in a little bit, but from 41 different states, and they're very impressed, and some of them, I mean, they might just move back down here permanently because it's such a great place. So thank y'all for that first and foremost. I'm going to start off, we're on day 18. You said we're getting close to day 20. I'm sure it feels like 6 months to some, maybe even longer, because it has not been an easy go. I'll give a quick storm overview. Everybody is aware of how strong it was and catastrophic it was, but how quick it came about was something that struck me too. I remember I started tracking it on August 25th. I have an email at 9:39 a.m. I sent out. The National Weather Service was just monitoring a potential tropical disturbance at that time. Nobody really thought it was going to be much. Had a 40% chance of development in the next 2 days, and that was on August 25th. The next day, on August 26th, it had already formed to Tropical Depression 9. Only 2 days later, it was Hurricane Ida, and that was at 10 a.m. per the National Weather Service report. It only had sustained winds of 85 miles an hour, a Category 1, that is, kind of medium Category 1. 24 hours later, just one day, it was making landfall as a strong Category 4 with 150 mile an hour sustained winds, and that's just 7 miles an hour short of a Cat 5. So it was amazing, not only in the strength, but how quick it formed, and that it gives all the more credit to you guys for how quick you responded and were prepared for it, because that doesn't come easy. So the Entergy damages, just like people have seen in their own homes and businesses, were catastrophic for us as well. I'll give just a statewide kind of system viewpoint to give you perspective on how it affected us. During Hurricane Katrina, many people have talked about that, and these firemen who started on August 29th, I started work with Entergy on August 9th, 2005, so 20 days later came Katrina. So anyway, that's just a fun fact. But during Katrina, we had 17,000 poles that were down or damaged across the system. For Hurricane Ida, we had over 30,000 poles that were down or damaged, so nearly twice the amount of damages. And if you get into the spans of wire, that is 36,469 spans of wire, between each pole. On average, that's about 200 feet between each pole. So if you do the quick math, that's, 36,469 times 200 feet, you get 7,293,800 feet of down wire. And if you divide it by 5,280 feet, you get 1,381 miles of wire. Someone had put it in perspective. It's like driving from here to the middle of Arizona. That's the amount of miles of wire that we've replaced across the system. So communication is key. We do this with you guys, with the parish EOC. We have storm drills before the storm season starts. We have press conferences, press releases, making sure our customers are informed of how to prepare for a storm ahead of time, when you should evacuate, if you stay, what you need to put in your kit to keep you and your family safe. We've been doing this, at least since 2005, starting with Katrina when things ramped up, and unfortunately, they have never slowed down. During landfall, I'm sure those of you who wrote it out were in the same case as us. We're just hunkering down, trying to protect your family, your loved ones, and not really worried about property, but worried about life at that point in time. It was a severe, severe storm. Post-restorations that's been hit on here, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Mr. Andrews. Email was a luxury. A lot of that didn't exist. The capability of communications for certain cellular companies did not exist. So that was scattered. We had things such as satellite phones. Verizon was working, so we had capability to bring in different communication companies to help us with our efforts. So that was a bit of a logistical challenge, as it was for you guys, but we got through that. We also have, at the parish EOC, an Entergy representative embedded there. Sometimes they ask it to be virtual, sometimes in person. That is Patty Riddlebarger. She's our vice president for corporate social responsibility, in charge of all of our grants and all of our community support and everything else. So not only does she help the corporation, and that's Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana, Texas, she personally comes and embeds herself in the EOC here to help the community within Hammond and the parish as well. We had daily EOC calls that Patty was a representative on for Entergy-related topics. And this truly was a boots-on-the-ground experience for everyone. There was nobody in an office, a desk jockey sitting and doing emails. I've done that before, and I wish I could have done it this time. It was boots on the ground, but like we said before, everyone had to play a part or we never would have gotten through it. Customer communications throughout the process were press conferences, press releases, emails if you had them available, text messages. We reached out to our customers with a tailored estimated restoration time map, which was specific to your area. That came a little bit later. You could zoom in and see by feeder where you were located and give you an estimated restoration time of when the majority of customers in that area could expect to have power restored. And that's all done to help customers with expectations, planning. Do they need to stay? Can they stay for that much longer, or might they need to make different plans? So the restoration process, you have three main buckets. The storm comes through, we hunker down, make sure we have our equipment out of flood areas and safe areas where the trees won't damage them. So when we are ready to come back in, which was the next day, we're able to kind of run in and get boots on the ground. But we have to do the damage assessment first. We have to find out, what's damaged, where it's damaged, and what kind of crews we need to get the right people with the right equipment on the right job. So that's step one. And then after we do that, and then actually during the damage assessment, we're restoring and actually working to restore critical facilities such as hospitals and other infrastructure that the city deems appropriate so that we can get that on quick as possible. And then the next step we move on to is feeders, and feeders are, it's similar to your breaker panel at your house. If you have a breaker that says kitchen, all those wires that the kitchen breaker handles is a feeder for us. So we look at that and we say, how many feeders do we have? Which ones have the most amount of customers with the least amount of damage? That's where we start to get as many people on as possible. And then we move in to the onesie twosies with the most amount of damage that take the longest time after that. And that's just a matter of getting the most people on as quick as possible so people can get back on their feet as quick as possible. So I mentioned we had people from 41 states. We had over 26,000 people come, and 41 states is essentially the whole country coming to support the state of Louisiana. It's amazing. It is humbling, and it's very much appreciated. I'll give you a historical point of reference. So since Katrina, Rita, Gustav, Ike, Isaac, last year we had Laura, Delta, Zeta. That, if you get the average of restoring 90% of customers and how long that takes, for a category 1 prior to Ida, that number to get 90% restored was 7 days for a category 1. For a category 2, that historical reference point was 10 days. For a category 3, it was 14 days to hit 90%. And for a category 4, where we were just 7 miles an hour shy of that category 5, was an average of 21 days, and that's that historical reference point. What we did here in Hammond, we shattered that average. We hit that 90% point on day 14, which I believe was on Monday. On Monday. So we're near the finish line, but everybody knows those last 5-10 yards are the toughest. So we're into the onesie twosies, the 15 miles kind of off the beaten path to restore a handful of customers with a lot of specialized equipment and many hours of work left ahead. But we're here for the long haul. We're not leaving, so every single person will have their lights on as quickly and safely as possible. So I know that some homes have had damage and they cannot safely take power, and you have waived the fees, and we also have worked hand in hand to make sure that the information is out there for customers to know. You have to get a licensed electrician to do the repairs and go through the appropriate permit process, and then we have an emergency reconnect process in place to help that be as easy as possible. So I mentioned we hit that 90% mark of customers being restored in Hammond this past Monday. Our system doesn't really see our feeders, that is, they don't stop at Hammond City corporate lines. They just go wherever the demand is, and they're kind of spread around. But in order to get a slice or a viewpoint of how many customers are still without power in Hammond, we use two zip codes of 70401 and 70403. As of 3:30, we had 1,800 customers out. I just looked at my phone, we're about 800 or less now, so we're still making progress as we speak. And I will mention and caveat, we had a car hit a pole today, so that took out over 1,000 customers. We'll have different normal, if you will, I know it's not back to normal yet, but normal kind of outage events that make that number fluctuate here and there. So it's not all storm numbers you may be seeing. You may see some intermittent outages as well. The last thing I'd like to say, I know some of you may have heard of rumors about lack of transformers and certain equipment like that. What I will say to that is this storm has had historical damages. not just to us, but to the whole community that we serve. And that has put a strain on the supply chain, not only for us, but for the communities. And you remember getting fuel was tough, lodging was tough. Even in those first few days, finding food and water, the bare essentials, was tough. So we have hit some snags, I call them pinch points. It's not that we're out of transformers, it's just that they are delayed getting here. We're working hand in hand with the manufacturers who actually produce that so they can keep up with our demand, which is historic. And then we're also reaching out to our mutual aid companies, those 41 states. They're supplying us daily orders of transformers as well. So there has been some delay here in the last couple of days or so of that pinch point, but we're getting daily reinforcements of transformers as we speak, and it's expected to ramp up over the weekend. So that is not hampered or stopped our activities, but it has caused intermittent delays here and there. With that, I will hand it back over to Chris.
Let me ask you a question before you leave. So, understandably, your description to us was transition lines to substations, substations to feeders, feeders throughout. If the feeder came on and you were fortunate enough to get your lights on, you're okay, except for those strings that were messed up. You're saying you don't have a shortage of transformers, but I'm looking at 2 people that still don't have their electricity, along with about 10 other people down their street, if not more. Are you waiting on transformers to get to certain people in the city? We're talking about the city of Hammond, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're talking about. We're not, we're concerned about everyone out there, but 70401 for the majority is the city of Hammond. So what's going on with the citizens of Hammond and those few that are sporadically, even around the college, that are still out? Are we waiting on transformers? What is going on?
So that was the delay I was talking about the last 3 days or so.
Right.
So we were able to get, as you see, the poles up, the wire strung, work's been done, but there was a delay, a pinch point in the supply chain. We're getting deliveries today. They're ramping up over the weekend, so we'll be able to catch up and close that gap very, very quickly. And that was by working directly with the manufacturers, helping them understand the immense need to ramp up their production, and then also reaching out to our mutual aid companies to help with what they got to.
So basically, they may be in the yard, we just need to get them out there to the locations and put them in place.
Yes, sir. They're rolling in the yard, and we are getting on them as quickly as possible.
I'm sure you're going to have some questions here shortly.
Now, I wanted to tell you, thank you for coming tonight. That's why one of the main reasons why I wanted the utility companies to attend this meeting tonight. I wanted to thank the linemen first. The linemen did have, everyone I've met has done one heck of a job out there. They've all been very pleasant to talk to and very helpful. All their comments pretty much were the transformers. They were shortage of transformers, and that what kept on being repeated. I know my district by every street, so I know every single street in my district. I know which ones that don't have power right now. So, that was my main concern. Some of them, I think 17th of this month was y'all's projection date to have everybody up and running with power. Are y'all still targeting that date tomorrow, or is it going to get extended?
Today's what, the 15th?
16th, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, we're still targeting that date, and that was for the large majority. Originally, we beat that, but we're still targeting that date to even have that gap closed, that 800 customers or so with these transformers we're getting in today and tomorrow as well.
Okay. Because the Lida Drive area with Tammy, Brenda, Gwendolyn, and all that area, there's the whole area still without power over there on the side of my district. So I don't know if they're waiting on transformers or not, but I don't know if you can get an update. I don't know what your communication level is with where they're at. What are they expecting? Any troubleshooting? Some are here tonight in the audience. Timber Lane, they had a lot of crews working there today in Hammond, so it looks like they're looking like they may have lights tonight or tomorrow. So I'm glad about that. There's 4 houses in Westdale subdivision on Cherie Drive that still don't have power. Okay. 11, okay, about 11 houses in Westdale still doesn't have power over there. The shortage of transformers and poles were the common assessment from what we've been gathering. Mm-hmm. And I was really concerned about some of them because I think communication level has been a little, non-existent as far as, what was really the holdup over there. They look on a map And sometimes the map shows that they have power on the energy map, and they don't. They call in, because, you know, that's what they do, call in the 1-800 number. They tell them, oh, they got power. Then they got to argue with them about, no, I don't have power. So, you know, that right there is very misleading to the people. And, you know, I just want a better communication level with there. And you have a card too with you tonight?
Yeah, we'll hand out our.
Definitely want that as well. So, I mean, that's really my main concern. We have some elderly people there that, you know, oxygen and everything else. And so, you know, it's going on a long term. I know y'all, you know, are working, the linemen are working as hard as they can. Like I said, I can't say much more about them. Been excellent. They just can't, they can only work as fast as the supplies are coming to them. And that's what I was concerned about. You know, is this something that y'all are making, you know, for future storms? Are y'all aware of a problem that y'all can adjust this and fix this in the future with this supply chain, or is this common to run out of transformers?
This is not common, but again, we had 30,000 poles, which a majority of them have transformers on them. That's almost twice as much as Katrina, so it's a historic amount of damages, historic amount of demand. But what we do after each storm, it's an after-action review. I'm sure you guys do it with your team too, and we get lessons learned. You know, what worked well, what didn't work well, where do we need to improve? You hit on two of them. Supply chain opportunities for sure, getting more resources, spreading the nets, having more people outside of the company on call to help us with that. And then number two, the view outage map was frustrating for many. It was largely accurate, but when we're out in the field restoring power, I mentioned that substation, we have the different feeders, and we may abnormally configure. So if your feeder that serves your neighborhood has damages on it, but there's enough capacity and load availability on a feeder in that substation that doesn't have as much damages, we'll switch you over to it. But then that causes inaccuracies on the map too and data lag.
Yeah, I mean, I know y'all a big company, and y'all can, you know, do things that smaller companies can't do. So, you know, I think, you know, that's crucial improvement, I think, is on the communication levels whenever you have residents, you know, of the city that call in and they have to argue with the representative about their power not being on and off. I mean, it's frustrating already. They have heat, they don't have any power, and then the map showing they do, and they're assuming that they may be left out. So, and they're not coming back to them. So, you know, maybe we can improve on the detail of the map. I don't know, but, you know, I'll be glad to get your contact today. And, you know, because I didn't really know who to call, really. I tried to call Chris. She called me back. But anyway, so hopefully we can get some more information. And if anybody wants to say anything that's out of power right now in District 4, feel free.
Devastation, they didn't even see the 17th as a way of getting there. Never saw them again. Another group comes through there, and they tell the people that live in the neighborhood, you have to clean this up, because our guys come through there and clean it by hand. So they got their own backhoes in there, and they cleaned it out. Now, from what we understand, they cleaned it the wrong way, or put the debris somewhere else, where the linemen have to get through. The third linemen were there today, and they assured us that we would have power this afternoon. And when they needed something done, they said, if I'm phrasing it correctly, Energy said no shutdown. I don't know what that means. They had to shut it down. For some reason, they packed up and they left. And there's a lot of daylight out there. Now, I know they're working overtime.
Okay.
Now, what's happening, since it's so dark back there, we're having looters and burglars. And now people are starting to lock in.
I would like to report, part of District 4, we are blessed on our little street that there were 22 houses with very little home damage. And the damage was to the lines. We have yet to see those 22 homes with no damage back up. And I'm not talking rural. I'm talking smack dab in the middle of Hammond. And when the first time I called Entergy to report the downed lines, the lady in Oklahoma, as nice as she could be, said, I'm sorry, we don't have Hammond Louisiana in our database. Now, call after call after call like that, we begin to wonder, are we really on anyone's radar? And it is very frustrating when I see my elderly neighbors who are on oxygen and are praying that they will have enough in their generator to still breathe. They're afraid, they're frustrated, and calling Entergy and reporting does absolutely no good.
Understood. That's another call center improvement. Is absolutely definitely number one, top 3 priorities, if not number 1.
Excuse me. Could you come up to the mic? Could you take a pick up this?
District 4, Villa West, we are not off the beaten path. We are the beaten path. There are 22 homes in Villa West that have had no power for now 18 days. We've not seen an energy lineman. My neighbor saw one day and they said, well, we're going to have to idea what we're going to do. The homes, I've had electricians say, your home can take power. We've got trees down, lines down. Yeah, we're waiting for transformers, but they haven't even put the poles or the lines back up. So when the transformers come, we got no poles and no lines. It's ridiculous. And I got a buddy who lives off College Drive. I don't know which district that is, right by Southeastern.
District 5.
He told me today, an energy lineman says, we're waiting for 16 transformers.
Yeah.
I mean, this is now almost 3 weeks, and we're not, like I said, we're not off the beaten path. We are the beaten path. This is the heart of Hammond on 2 different sides, at least.
And I think that's what's frustrating.
The part of College, just for a little clarification, the part of College Drive, it's not all of College Drive. It's only a half, and I walked that area the morning after the storm, and the poles and transformers wasn't down. They were completely gone. That area was obviously hit by a tornado. It was devastated. The one lot had something like 26 trees through it. The house that's right there had 5 trees through it. So, you know, I know they're doing the best they can. That little area on College Drive you're talking about, though, it was just decimated. And I'm sure Energy had to completely rebuild that area, like they did in so many other places.
And I think...
I understand, but I'm talking about in Villa West.
Yeah.
It was not decimated. Yeah. We had one house in 22 that had a tree through it. No other house.
And I think that's...
We got an email yesterday that says, you know what, your power has been restored to your house. Yesterday. We've never seen the first flicker. So I don't know what the heck is going on. I know, you know, this is the reality. You can make a nice speech. This is reality.
And that's the most frustrating thing, I think, is a communication level with that. And the transformers, that's all we've been hearing, shorter transformers. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, even the poles, you know, some of these poles are rotted and broken to begin with. So I don't even know if y'all go back around and check them throughout, or if it's a city's job to do that, or y'all. But when you have rotted poles, I mean, that would have been less poles at one time broke if you would have went throughout the years of in Hammond and said, well, that pole's rotted or about to fall over. Maybe we need to stand it up or replace with a pole. So now when this storm comes through, you know, you got way more. You have a tremendous amount of poles that it could have been up and running 30% faster probably if throughout the time the maintenance of the equipment would have been checked throughout the years. I mean, you got a pole rotted, I mean, it rips down the whole wire, drops the transformer that could have probably been saved. So that's important to maintenance. And the servitudes, limbs and tree limbs, I mean, y'all don't want to touch a tree limb unless it's literally about to break the line. So, I mean, you know, the better maintaining those lines, that helps out whenever you have disasters like this, because it may not be as many transformers down or poles. What were you going to say, Mr. Mike? You can come up to the podium.
Mike Barnholt from Villa West. I did get electricity 5 days ago, but it went off this morning. I would like for him to address, of course, when you hear it on the internet, it's got to be true. But we heard some reports about 4 or 5 days ago that some of the transformers that came in were the wrong transformers, and they had to be sent back. And there was pictures on the internet that showing pictures of these flatbed trucks carrying transformers leaving town. Now, just for the heck of it, I got out and I started asking different linemen, some linemen from Utah, some linemen from Arkansas, and some more linemen, I can't remember where they were from, but they said, it's true, they sent the wrong transformers. Wrong transformers? Give me a break. I mean, have any of y'all heard the same rumor? Yeah. So I used to work for a petrochemical industry. We double-checked. We triple-checked. We had other people double-checking and triple-checking our double-checking and our triple-checking, so we wouldn't blow up a plant, so we wouldn't kill 100 people. Now, that's a little far-fetched because this storm could have killed a lot of people, and thankfully, you know, it didn't happen like that, but still, the fact this is affecting people and people's lifestyle. And you mentioned something about a vehicle hitting a telephone pole this morning. Maybe it hit it at 8:15 when my electricity that was on for 5 days went off, and it's still off. So if it was a truck that hit a telephone pole that took our electricity out, it took out a whole bunch more in our neighborhood. So anyway, I'd like for you to address the idea, is it true that wrong transformers were sent to Hammond, Louisiana?
Okay. There are different size voltage transformers. Some are for different scenarios than others. So it's not that they were sent to the wrong place, they just were the wrong size transformer for your particular needs. There's different, we have, well, they come through here and then they're dispersed to other people where they need to go. That just weren't appropriate for you. It's not that we ordered it for your house and it came to us as the wrong size. We're just getting different shipments for different needs, and then they go where they need to go. But what you needed did not come in, that particular size.
So I guess I'm going to ask you one other quick question. That was, you know, so from my understanding, Energy is dispersing these lineman crews for different streets throughout the city, grids. So are you able to get an actual update status on certain areas? If, you know, obviously I'm not going to hold you up right now, but, you know, when this meeting's over and we move on, is there a way you can look in your system database to see what is actually the status of Pine Hill Forest subdivision over there with Alida Drive and everything, and the 11 homes in Westdale and the 22 in Villa West? Like something, are they waiting on transformers, or is it waiting on tree people to cut limbs or move or whatever? Do y'all have that detailed information there?
Yeah, absolutely. So whatever you have, give it to us.
Yeah.
Whoever's here from the public who lives in here who has an issue, Chris Hammonds will have a notepad. We'll take your name, your number, your address, list your concern, and we'll follow up on each and every one of them directly with the council and the customers.
Okay.
We'll be happy to do
I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a statement to make. The guy from Villa West, I think he made it very clear. We don't need nobody from this point on to come up here and get these good speeches and don't do no work. And so by him saying that and me being up here 3 years, I hear a lot of good speeches, but I don't see the work. And we just like everybody else in District 3, no service. But one thing about it, we didn't complain. We kept going, and I'm just gonna say that. But from this point on, whoever else come up here, please don't give a good speech. If you come up here, have a solution. And I'm saying this here because you know what? This is what we deal with all the time. So don't just come up here and give one of them old good speeches, and don't give no long speech, and don't get nothing done. Thank you.
Understood. And we are here to work. I mentioned it's boots on the ground. That's not me just saying that. I'm here to work 24/7 for you guys.
Thank you for coming, and I'm glad. I'm looking forward, very excited to actually get that information about those streets and statuses so where I can let some of these people know what really is going on and if the light is at the end of the tunnel or not, or if they're looking at another week or two or something. So, thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you very much.
Amways. Good evening.
Council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Carlos Notriana. I am the sales manager actually for Amwaste of Louisiana, and I guess you're wondering, well, what's the sales manager doing here? Quite frankly, our district manager, Mr. Fartenberry, we have our regional manager, Mr. Rick Sweeney, who's been in town since last Saturday. Those guys are actually on garbage trucks right now. They were out to 2 o'clock this morning. Our people are totally devastated. It's just as you showed your employees some love. I got to tell you, I want to show our people some love. They're human too, and they are dealing with a very, very challenging, disgusting situation right now. Rotted, decaying garbage, tons and tons of it. So there's a lot of method to our madness, and Councilman Wells brings up a good point. Let's talk about what we're doing going forward. I just want to give you a little bit of the history. First of all, I want to take you back some years back. On August 29, 2005, I was 46 years old, and I was the chairman of the Tangipahoa Parish Council, and we met a young lady that night named Katrina. And I can tell you right now, she was child's play compared to what we just went through. I'm just telling you from experience. I was on the ground after that storm, and child's play. So everybody in this parish, as well as the region, look, lives are upside down. We started out the Thursday after the storm, and I'm going to give you a history of what we're doing and where we're going. The Thursday after the storm, we weren't cleared to leave our office and our yard in Independence until that Thursday. The landfill opened up a half a day that day. We had 37% of our workforce there. We had so many people that had been displaced. We have employees that their homes were destroyed. So everybody's in it together, correct? So we started, had no idea what we were going to be faced with, but as we got out there, we realized this was going to be very, very difficult. I can tell you right now, as of today, we have 93% of our workforce back. We have new equipment. We have a plan in place, which tomorrow night, by 10 o'clock, there's going to be around 11 garbage trucks out of Birmingham, Alabama, in this parish. It's going to clean this parish up. Now, I want to caution you one thing, and one thing I did learn, and please, I would never try to tell you your job. You're all very intelligent people. I could tell you as a voice of experience. What Ida did in 6 hours is going to take months and years to clean up. Okay, so please, there's no silver bullet here, and it's not time to celebrate yet because, guys, we've got a lot of work to do as a community. Thank God we're all here to do it, correct? So we are going to have about 10, I think 11 trucks out of Birmingham here tomorrow night. They're going to roll in. They're going to start cleaning up. We're going to clean Saturday and Sunday. We're working 7 days to 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully we'll get the whole parish cleaned up, city municipalities as well as the parish subscribers. Now, going forward after that, our work is not done. You understand there people are just getting their electricity back on. There are people still coming home. They're going to be throwing stuff out. There is going to be an abundance of household garbage for some time to come. So what we've done to address that, as well as trying to deal with what we have right now, we know that's going to be coming up. We brought in a man that's got 19 years experience in the garbage business as a specialist in operations in the garbage business. The good news is he's going to be permanently placed here at our company from here on out. His job is going to be devising a plan to address this overage of garbage. Let me just give you kind of an idea of what we faced with. Saturday and Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, we had brought 101 tons to the Potential Parish landfill in 2 days. That's normally about a 6-day. So you understand, that's only going to get a little worse before it gets better. Now, the good news for the city of Hammond is, believe it or not, guys, we're in much better shape here than we are in any part of the parish as of today. I understand some of you are still getting phone calls, and you're going to get them. And the only advice I can give you there, and there again, I'm not trying to tell you how you do your job, but there's no silver bullet. Part of your job, half of it is answering that phone call. The other half is what you tell your people, and I think you need to tell them the truth. And you can tell them at the Amway, say the truth is, we are working every day to get this taken care of, and we're going to make it. We're going to do it. We're going to have this parish cleaned up, and you're going to be proud of us at the end. But it's going to take some time, and we've got a lot of tired people. Another problem we're faced with, I don't know if you're listening to WWL and the news in New Orleans, but it's a nationwide problem. There's a nationwide shortage of sanitation workers. It's the nature of this business right now. We're paying hoppers on the back of a truck $15 an hour. We're paying drivers up to $55,000 and $60,000 a year with a full benefit package. We cannot keep them. If you've never ridden the back of a garbage truck in August in Louisiana, you haven't lived, okay? And unfortunately, it's a reality. I'm not sugarcoating it. You wanted the truth, Mr. Wells, I'm giving you the truth. That is where we are. I ask you not to get caught up in the rhetoric on social media, okay? Because none of that's true. I'm here to tell you the truth. Amwaste has done a fabulous job for this parish, and I know other garbage companies. I've worked for 4 in 12 years, and this company is not flashy. You know what they're about? They're about getting the garbage up, and that's what we've always been about. Unfortunately, COVID and now Ida has really hurt this industry and everywhere. But the good news is we're located here in Tangipahoa Parish. No other carrier can say they are. And I know you got to sit back and wonder, do we have the right contract? Do we have the right carrier? I'm here to tell you, I was born and raised here, and I'm going to stake my reputation on it. You've got a good carrier. We're faced with a lot of problems, but so are the other companies. I'm not going to put down on them. That'd be very unprofessional of me. But if you want to get in my truck, I could take you places where other carriers are having problems. God bless them. I'll feel for them. But we're here. We're going to make it right. We're going to work with you every day. I'm going to give you my cell phone number. I don't want you to call our office because we still don't have phones over there. I want you to call my cell phone number, and I'm going to tell you the truth so that you can tell your constituents the truth. But this is not going to go away overnight, guys. It's just not. Now, I'll be happy to answer any questions any of you have about any parts of your district. Like I say, the good news is Hammond City proper is in better shape now, and I got to be honest with you, I never thought we'd be where we are today when we first started seeing what we had ahead of us.
Carlos, what kind of are we going to have an alternate schedule moving forward? I mean, with as much as y'all have to pick up and the shortage of employees,
Right.
I mean, I can't imagine that we're going to continue to have the normal schedule.
Well, and listen, as I said before, you guys will come to learn through this, and I know it from experience. I'm not just telling you this. I know it from experience. You will learn that normalcy is going to be something that's going to be a while before it gets here. Right. But to answer your question, something that we actually launched prior to Ida, when we started really seeing with the effect on that COVID has had and just the lack of labor in this industry. So we started investing in the automated trucks, and some of you may have seen the yellow automated trucks. That's the truck with the arm that lifts up. So it's a lot of education there for our drivers as well as for the subscribers. And once everybody is accustomed to it, it's going to work well. So what that does is that goes from 2 people on a truck to 1 person on a truck. And some of these city routes actually have to have 3 people on a truck, okay? So that'll go to 1 person on a truck. So what that's going to do is that's going to increase our production so much because we'll be able to get through so many areas, and we will be able to let those drivers have the discrepancy. They're going to have a map, and they're going to know the areas, and they're going to wipe these city streets out so quick whenever this is over. It's going to be great. So we are going to have to play with our scheduling some and our mapping some. But to answer your question, Mike Nelson, the guy I mentioned earlier, he's a specialist in this field. He's already working, and you may not see it tomorrow, but 6 months from now, you're going to see a different Amwaste, and you got my word on that.
Mr. Carlos, how you doing?
Yes, sir, Mr. Wells.
I can say you one of the guys I do like, so that give you a
Well,
little
that
credit
means a
right
lot.
there. Yeah, I do. And I will say, prior to the night, Mr. Carlos, he did call and talk to me. And I do know this for a fact, that everybody around the world are having shortage of workers. That being said, with the virus, I know some of the guys that work on back of the truck, and they sit there and said with school being out, before it was out, that they had a lot of garbage on the street because everybody at home cooking and it's a lot on them. So I want to say thank you.
Yes, sir.
But before this here storm took place, we was having issues with the garbage.
Yes, sir.
And so, and I'm gonna say this to anybody, Pastor Matthews, he out there and he know, with the industry now, anything, you're gonna have a shortage of workers. But I can't tell my community that the guys ain't show up for work, the driver didn't show up for work, because see, they called me, and be honest with you, one of the same guys that's been with y'all company, he's still on back of the truck. And I heard you say, and I know you sat in our seat, so you know what we're going through. So that's a good thing about it. And I tell anybody, you have to put on somebody else's shoes to know what's going on. And I just want to sit here and tell you, I appreciate everything y'all trying to do, and I don't too much believe what people tell me, but I'm gonna take your word for what you said.
Okay.
And I'm gonna let them know what's going on in the community. But I just want to tell you thank you.
Mr. Wells, the last thing I would want to do is come up here and tell you or any of these people something that wasn't so, wasn't true. I can't guarantee anything. Nobody can guarantee you anything in life. We know that, okay? But I can tell you this, that we have a very strong team. And our company is a viable company, and our owner's going to be here tomorrow. Our CFO has been here. Our CEO has been here. They are doing everything they can to help this situation. Fortunately, a company like Energy, and they've done a great job, they have mutual aid programs where they can have people from 30 or 40 states, if I'm correct, and just like that, they're here, and we got you back. Unfortunately, in this industry, you don't have that. It's just not a viable program for the garbage industry. There's just not enough money there. And also, we are really, see, those trucks that are coming here from Birmingham tomorrow night, there are people in Birmingham don't know it yet. They're not going to get garbage service Saturday and Sunday because they're going to be over here helping us. But that's okay because we're taking care of that. But it's all about, really getting outside the box here. In this situation, as I said before, please, just take my word for it. In my experience, it's going to be a while before normalcy is restored.
So I have two specific questions.
Sure.
One, should people continue to put their trash out? Because some people don't put it out. Right, until it's like the day before. So should they do that? And then the other question is, are you picking up things outside of the truck with the bar? Things that are on the side?
Okay, that's a great question. I'm glad you asked that. So per our contract with the city, we only really have to pick up canned products, right, in the can. But now what's going to happen if we,
That's not.
especially at a time like this? Well, I know there are other areas in that contract that, that we have to pick up. But if we only picked up just those cans right now, the phones are going to blow up then. So we have decided to try to pick up everything. When we clean up, we need to clean up.
So right now, y'all are picking up
We're
more than
picking up,
whatever is in-
those drivers are picking up cans, bags,
Okay.
whatever they can. The only thing that they're not picking up is logs and sticks and limbs and that kind of thing, for
Yard
obvious
debris.
reasons, okay? The other question that you had, should they leave it out? Absolutely, especially now because,
No, not so much can they leave it out, but if my garbage comes Tuesday, Friday.
Right.
I usually don't put it out until Monday, Thursday.
sure,
Am I gonna miss? Do I just need to get it out there and let it sit
you
till you
have to
guys
get it,
come?
you have to get it out.
Okay.
You have to have it out, especially right now, Councilwoman Gonzalez, because there's not a lot of rhyme and reason to what we're doing right now, and we apologize for that to all of you. But the fact of the matter is, We can't get it if it's not out.
Just leave it out.
And I know that nobody wants to see the garbage out of the driveway.
That's not a big deal right now.
But, you know, but until we can restore some normalcy and gain our composure a little bit, it's just gonna be that way for a little while, you know?
Can we get that in the Daily Star, please?
Thanks, Rayleigh. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got that?
Mr. Carlos, one question I have for
Sir,
you.
yes, sir.
Do y'all have a contract to pick the sheetrock up, the couches,
No, sir.
the trampolines? Okay.
No, sir. I would refer you to administration. And correct me if I'm wrong here, on the parish end, I think there's still some negotiating being done of what's going to be picked up by whom and when. But I can tell you that our employees are going to be focusing on the household garbage right now, the smelly stuff. And so I would refer you to maybe the administration for a little bit more information on the debris pickup. I think
It's probably just a good time to remind everybody in the room, I know we've said this, but remind everybody that you talk to. 3 piles. Your trash, like your regular food waste, your regular stuff that you should throw in the trash, Kleenex box, whatever. Your debris of your trees. So all the trees, all the vegetation, separate pile. Don't put that in with your regular trash, separate pile. That's the really big trucks that look like the trains coming
Right.
through. There's a truck and a trailer. And then the 3rd pile is all your construction debris. So your carpet, your flooring, your sheetrock, your furniture goes in that pile. That's a 3rd pile. Keep them separate. If they get combined, they may not get picked up.
Lacey, I would ask that if you could get with the paper so that we could get accurate information, because, you know, now that it's not normalcy coming back, but now that people are getting power, now that things are, that is going to be the next big question. And there's a lot of stuff out there, just like also when Gonzalez said, I get my trash picked up on Tuesday and Friday also. But it may be Wednesday because of what we're dealing with. But the people really need to know, and I think, you know, the city's website, and I think in the paper, if we can get the same information and consistent information to everybody, it's going to help everybody.
Right.
It's going to help Carlos.
Right.
It's going to help the community.
Right. And you know, what we can do, and that's a great point, and what we can do and for the media is when we see we get to a point to where we think we are back on our normal Tuesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, whatever it is, you know, hey, we can send you guys some emails and say, look, we feel we are back there. We can do this again. We feel like, you know, so you can go ahead and put in the media and tell your constituents, start putting their garbage out Monday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Friday, whatever it is. Until then, as I told Councilwoman Gonzalez, I would just have it out there. Because, you know, we got some time. Again, I'm going to give you guys my cell phone number. You can call me anytime. When a constituent calls you, I urge you to let them know that we are on the job 7 days a week, and we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Thank you, Carlos, for coming. I appreciate you answering all those questions. I guess my frustration from some of the district in my district was that they were being told that the garbage was going to pass once a week, and whatnot, and it didn't pass for 2 weeks, so they just were piling up and trying to figure out what was going on. So that was the main concern, that it did start improving today, and today I saw a lot more, everything, it's picking up, so that I'm glad. And so Sundays, the landfill is going to be open right now? Are they keeping that landfill open right now?
Yes,
We catch up?
yes, and that's a great point. You know, we found ourselves in a pretty precarious situation because we're running 7 days, and last weekend I got a phone call Sunday morning about 10 o'clock and said, we got a problem. We got packed out trucks and the landfill's closed.
Yeah.
And I listen, I totally understand that the parish wants to give their employees a rest, but it's not time to rest right now for us.
So they're keeping it.
So fortunately, we made some phone calls. They opened it up. And so from what I can understand now, the landfill is going to be open 7 days a week.
Until we catch up, I guess, for the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I hope it's a while. I would think it'd have to be at least a month.
Okay.
And I don't want to give specific times and days because we get in trouble that way right now. At this time in this situation, I don't think it's fair to you guys as well as your constituent to give you specific dates and times, because it doesn't always work out that way. There's too many circumstances when you get up.
Are they gonna be running this Sunday? Do you know that yet?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Your call volume will start declining every day now. You'll start declining every day. And the good news is we're going to have a much better program post-Ida. So,
Well, remember that. Remember you
will.
said that,
I will.
because
I will.
needing this gentleman to come here to take care of you guys and reclaim and restructure your business and your pickup needs to happen, because what was happening before this, we had some issues.
Yeah,
We
did.
had some major issues, and it
We-
wasn't getting
we did.
done like we needed it done. So
We did.
this man's important,
It's very important. He's going to be a very important part of our program.
because it's been said earlier.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable if we can't get the contract to be held and done properly.
Right.
People aren't getting trash picked up.
Right, right. No, I agree. And
This is
so-
prior to the storm.
Right, no, I totally agree. And I'll be honest with you. I think maybe a little bit of the sting would be out of it right now if we didn't have those issues, but quite frankly, we did have them, and
Well, I applaud y'all for bringing the trucks, because Dustin asked me, what do you want me to do? I
Yeah.
said, you have sister companies, bring some trucks
Yeah.
in here and help out.
Yep.
So thank you for doing that.
yeah, no, listen, it's something it's going to be a must. It's going to cost a phenomenal and astronomical amount of money, but it's got to be done. So we need to get the job done and worry about paying for it later, so.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, I'm going to get out of here and let you. Yes, sir.
Could you come to the microphone, please?
Thank you. Back to the question where Mr. Wells had brought up, who's going to be responsible for the contract of picking up the sulfurs, the items that have been taken out of the homes and different debris? Who's going to pick that up?
The parish is in charge of that contract, and they're also in charge of the vegetative contract.
So that's
They
through
should be-
FEMA.
They should be coming when?
Well, first things first was debris.
Okay.
Once the
The
debris is taken
vegetative
care of, hopefully the next contractor is going to start rolling through for construction debris.
They have to give people a little bit more time, because the construction debris comes kind of after the storm. The tree debris is obviously the first part, and so they handle that. They make several passes on both types.
Okay.
So
well,
even if you don't get it out immediately, they'll come.
I can understand that, but it is piling up.
And I know the sheetrock falls apart, so
And
that's
I
a
guess another concern is some of these storms come up with rainstorms that may be coming up. If they get falling into ditches, are we checking that right now with the city administrator, Lacey, or just driving around some of these ditches? Because
Yeah.
we're probably gonna get some rain here in the next little bit. And
Robert
all
Williams has
dammed
been on
up.
it.
Okay.
Okay, guys, if there's no more questions, we're going to let you continue your meeting. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding. Please extend to your constituency our sincere apologies for this happening. But there again, I'm glad we're all here to discuss this right now, because it could have been a lot different. So if you have no more questions, I'm going to bug out of here and let you continue your meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Carlo.
Thank y'all so much.
You have a question, sir?
Chris Hammonds is going to be in the back with the notepad. Just want to make sure everybody who wanted to get their information to Chris, who may not want to stay for the whole meeting, is able to get it to her in the back to help out.
Mr. Guy,
I'm sorry, and Pam Verbose as well.
okay. That lady right there should be able to tell you about those houses in there, yeah, okay.
Patrick, Chris, Patty, thank y'all so much for coming.
Thank you. Yeah, I think he's the AT&T.
Oh, okay, yes,
okay,
come,
good.
come on up, yes. Sorry, I didn't know you were here.
Good evening, council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'm Eric Jones, Regional Director, External Affairs for AT&T Louisiana. I know you don't want a long, drawn-out speech tonight, but I think it is important for us to at least talk about our preparation before we can talk about our response. In advance of the storm, AT&T installed generators at critical cell towers and switching facilities and moved electronic essentials to network operations above expected flood levels. We've invested heavily in Louisiana through our infrastructure to make sure that when storms like this come, we're ready and able to respond. won't go into details about our equipment, but I will say because our teams were staged and ready, we were able to respond quickly and effectively to Ida's impact. I'll first talk about our in-home service, then I'll talk about our wireless service. So of homes that we know are affected, we're over 90% restored. When I say no, that's impacted, that 90% range. Of course, you know, Mr. Hammond Energy presented, as power is restored, we're going to see more and more customers call in for their in-home services. But those areas that we can dispatch to, that we can resolve, that we can restore services to, we're over 90% in making that happen. While equipment that serves our neighborhoods can be up and powered, and what I mean by that, those boxes that you see in your neighborhood, oftentimes right now you're going to see them next, a generator next to them. So we have all of our boxes up, powered, and running here in the Hammond area. We're getting those boxes refueled with generators and keeping them up and running. Now you can see additional disruptions of power once power affects these services. From a wireless perspective, currently our wireless network is up and operating, you know, normally. I know just as of yesterday, we had a major fiber cut that took down our wireless network in the area. We were able to get that restored within about two hours or so. And that's been the major issues that we've seen, you know, since the storm has passed, where, you know, there's a lot of companies out there doing restorations, whether it's Entergy, whether, you know, I heard the fire department, which is doing an excellent job, you know, cutting trees out of the way, and others that are clearing debris. We're seeing situations where our fiber is being cut, and you see disruption of service. You see an instance where, hey, it was working up until Wednesday, and then all of a sudden now it's gone out. And so those are some of the things that are happening. And so we're asked, again, you know, all the constituents, all of the power workers that are out there to definitely be cognizant of any cables that are on the ground. And if you can, please do not cut those cables. You know, so I'll say here in the Hammond area, we have a staging area. We've used over 500,000 gallons of fuel here, not just in Hammond, but throughout Louisiana. We brought in our own fuel to stage in preparation for those generators, for the vehicles that we brought in, for the technicians that we brought in from 6 different states to help restore service here, not only just in Hammond, but throughout the state of Louisiana. Again, you know, we've deployed well over 1,000 generators. I know in the Hammond area, it was somewhere shy of just or under 100 generators that we deployed. I talked about the 500,000 gallons of fuel. For our mobile customers, I'll say that, you know, we are waiving talk, text, and data overages. You know, we say, well, you know, why is that important? So, of course, for those that may not have home internet service due to power outages, you know, so now you're using more data via your mobile device. And so we're waiving the outages for those that do not have our unlimited service. Again, our retail stores are open and operating here in Hammond. We have 3 locations. The first one opened the Friday after the storm. We provided charging locations, you know, at those stores. And then, you know, I've been participating in the ELC meetings with the mayor on a regular basis as well too. Again, that's my shortened presentation. What questions do you guys have?
I may have missed a little first part. I had to step out, but as far as the poles, the AT&T poles that are broken, laying down, are y'all catching up on that? Do y'all have orders on any of those or not?
Yeah. So, you know, the way that typically works is we have a agreement with Energy as these poles come in, as these linemen come in. Patrick gave the number about 30,000 poles that were down. And so when these linemen come in, they don't just, you know, install or put in Entergy poles. You know, they work on AT&T poles as well too. And so, you know, as those guys come through, they're putting those poles back up, because oftentimes you'll see where there's power on a telephone pole, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a joint use agreement. So as those guys come in disaster recovery, they're putting those poles back up as well.
Well, I just want to make sure, clarify that, because, for instance, on my street, it's AT&T poles.
Okay.
They're broke. AT&T replaced those poles. I had to get AT&T to replace 2 rotted poles before the storm.
Absolutely.
And then there's 2 other rotted poles that are down. So what I'm getting at is, Energy says that's an AT&T issue, so therefore, I just want to make sure that y'all are aware of that, and if y'all are doing that across the city.
So let me explain. So if it was pre-storm,
Yeah.
rotted pole, now we do replace our poles. I was
Yes.
speaking in reference to like this storm restoration.
Yeah. Talking about y'all's
Yeah,
poles.
so pre-storm, if there's a rotted pole, then yes, you know, we start the process where we replace the pole. And we'll do that once the storm restoration process is over. So, yeah, we replace poles regularly. We go through what's called a engines process. And so what happens if power is on the pole, you know, we'll of course get all the locates done, set a new pole, and then Entergy remove their lines. You know, the cable company remove their lines, remove our lines, et cetera, and remove that bad pole. So yes, we do have a process. I heard the question earlier, how often do we check those poles? Those poles are checked, you know, I wouldn't say yearly, but, you know, there's a couple of different processes that make that work. A formal process spread out over a number of years, but as installation work is done within neighborhoods, those technicians that come do home services and repairs, put the drops up, they're responsible for also checking multiple poles in the area that's, you know, to the left and to the right of the house that they're working on. So 2 different processes for checking poles, and they are done on a regular basis.
Is there a direct line for pole replacement to call, like an 800, is there a department?
Yeah, so, you know, the same number that you would call for a customer service, 1-800-288-2020.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe a more direct, but that's fine, I didn't know,
So if you call, if you don't have service with AT&T, you can just say no service with AT&T. That IVR will pick that up, and then it'll get you to a live body faster.
Will customers see some type of credit due to the void of services by AT&T?
So as I mentioned, our data service, our voice services, our wireless service, we're already waiving overages fees. That's talk, text, and data. Now, if you're talking home services,
I'm talking my cell phone.
yeah. So from a cell phone perspective, if you you know, feel you need a credit, we ask that you call in. But again, we are already offering overage fees. Now you're saying, well, hey, I want my fee waived for this entire month. I think that's a situation that you can call in to AT&T. But, you know, as far as me saying, you know, AT&T is going to do that, you know, I'm not going to speak on that today or tonight. Now, I think there was some question at one point on fees from a home service perspective. Is AT&T going to waive home service fees? You know, as I've gone, I've done this, and you know, I go back and kind of look at a lot of responses that come up on Facebook Live, et cetera. Some services didn't even go down during the storm. As I mentioned earlier, we dispatch generators that keep the service up and running, where people have been working on generator power and they still have internet, they still have phones. And so if you experience service outages at your home and you feel that you need a credit, again, call into 800 number or go to my ATT app or att.com to request that credit.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, thank you. All right. Any other council reports?
Yes, thank you. Council report. District 3. We have a sewer issue. It haven't just started. We've been talking about it for a long time. And the councilmen pretty much know, the mayor administration, the attorney, you pretty much know I've been talking about this a long time since I've been up here. Before the storm, I asked, let's get a consultant for the sewer. You voted no on it. Now, you're gonna hear from the homeowners that before the storm, they had sewer, raw sewer, in their house. And it's so sad, many times been mentioned, this not a third world country. I've been around the world where you can't use the toilet, or you have to pay to use the toilet. And here in their homes, where they families at, yes, it's touching. It hurts for me to still be talking about this. So what I'm gonna do is let the residents come up, whoever would like to come up and speak, and you tell the city what took place and how it happened. The first thing they're gonna tell you, let me tell you this here right now, they're gonna ask you your name and your address.
Celtonese McCraney Montgomery, 1100 Mooney Avenue, Hammond, Louisiana. My house flooded with raw sewer on January the 16th, 21. Fine, took care of it, put $15,000 into my house, remodeled, floor up. Had back surgery on March 17th. I'm in a chair where that's the only place I can feel comfort. And I can hear my daughters talking, trying not to wake me up. And I'm sitting there and I can just like, what are they doing? But they're running around the house. They're running. Then they get on the phone and they call my dad, Mac McCraney. And I called Devon. I said, it's happening again. In that, I usually keep a level head. But then I turned around and I emailed the lady from the Dallas Star. I said, it's happening again. Well, note takes, receipts, documentation on it flooded at 7:38, spoke with Councilman Devon, 4-1. He spoke with the mayor, in turn told me to call the mayor. That call took place at 10:42 a.m. It was a 4-minute call. I received a call from Guy Palomero at 12:02. That was a 9-minute call. Lacey Landrum comes to my house at 4:16, because again, I'm recovering from back surgery. And we spoke. She stayed from 1:05 p.m. to 4 o'clock p.m. ServPro, receipt. Everything that they did to my house had to be redone. So I waited. I got a call from Stephen Gutierrez, who's your insurance agent. Okay, so every day I have numerous of emails. I can email everybody on the council. Lacey has every one of them that I have sent out. I started including Kip Andrews. Devon is in every one of them. And I got smart. I started including the Dallas Star. Today I received a denial that the city is not at fault. So here's my question, because I'm educated and I have questions. When my toilet would bubble, I could call Lequan Wilson, who lives on Mooney, hers would go low. Just in conversation, found out Robin Chapman, hers was doing the same thing. So we had a triangle. So whenever it would happen to one, we would call the other to see if they were experiencing the same thing. But the city is not at fault. I'm out of $15,000 worth of work. I left the floor down so that the city could come in and inspect and do their job. Come to find out, I emailed July 21st that my house had a smell that candles or incense, air freshener, nothing was working. I'm a female. My son walks in the house and he says, Mama, you don't smell that? I said, what? He said, that's mold. Add that to your bill. So I asked the question. When I asked them in July, would you sit in this house with your family after the second article that the newspaper wrote on my house stating that health issues were a part of the problem? Would you have sat there, District 5 councilman? No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. But I waited patiently until I sent them an email last night, and I stated, now my house has mold. Add this to your collection. And then I get a, you're at fault, not the city. Well, you tell me how everybody that I've talked to in the same predicament as me, grease in my pipes. I've been in that house 49 years. My mother and my father lived there. I've had, the house has been refurbished after the passing of our mother. And never have my house flooded with other people's sewer. So that happened once. I say, okay, that was just, I have been wanting wood floors. Okay, Lord, I got it. I'm gonna get my wood floors now. Got my pretty wood floors, my house painted, done just the way I wanted it. And then they do it again, and you say you're not at fault. Never heard from my mayor. I called you. You never checked on me. Lacey, you did come to my house. I couldn't come to you because I was still recovering from back surgery. No phone calls. No, how are you doing? No, have anything happened? Nobody. Only person that constantly checks is Mr. Devon Wells. You said to him, Mayor Pinto, you told Devon that I needed a flush out. $575. We did that flush out. But guess what? As soon as it rained hard again, we had the same problem. So I'm looking at you because today I was disappointed in the decision. I was disappointed in my city. And if that means the city leaders, I'm disappointed in you too.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Troy Weber, and I live on 1009 Vornado Lane. I just want to piggyback off what Ms. McCraney said, because we actually have the same problem, and I am in the triangle. Vornado Lane is half a block from where she lives. My mother has been going through this for at least 8 months with the same problem. We even had the city come out and dig up her yard. And they done whatever they done, and they said it was fine, and lo and behold, the next week when it rained, it happened again. We got raw sewage in the yard. All of her whirlpools and shower stalls and everything is bagging up with raw sewage. My mom is 74 years old. She can't deal with that. That's why she didn't come tonight. But I just want to know, it's got to be a solution. And me getting private plumbers to come check it out, seeing what's wrong, and they can't come up with a solution. The city came, dug up the yard, and they still didn't come up with a solution. People, I talk to my councilman all the time, and he tells me to call y'all, and we do. And when they came out, they still couldn't find a solution. We have to find a solution to this problem. Because I know there's a lot of other people that's in here right now from the same street. And I know they having problems. We need to get this fixed.
Andrea Dangerfield, 301 Mississippi Street. I live down the street from Selta McCraney. And we've been having sewage problems for, my parents are deceased, but for well over 10, 15 years. So this is not like recent. This has been going on for years. And with the storm, I, for some crazy reason, stayed. And the first thing that happened was sewage. And the second thing that happened was the canal flooded. So imagine being locked in that house with flooded waters and sewage. This has been happening for years. I mean, something needs to be done about it. It's an entire community facing this. I mean, person after person after person dealing with the same issue. It is not our fault. You know, my parents, when their house first flooded, y'all did something about that. This is not just on us. We have a clean out. We have done everything with that clean out. That's not just on us. That's on y'all too. And I
Ms.
think
Lisa.
y'all need to take
Ms.
responsibility
Lisa,
for
would you let them know, excuse me, but would you let them know when your parents was living, when the sewer came into y'all house, what did the city do? Say it on the mic where everybody can hear, what did the
They
city do?
reimbursed my parents for the loss that they had. They did, because they realized they were at fault. You know, my parents did what they needed to do on their end. We have clean outs all over their property. But it wasn't just our fault. It's something that's going on with this city in this district when it deals with this sewage. And I think y'all need to take responsibility for it. We can't all live in this district in this way. You can't, we can't. Why would y'all? You would not. Why should we? That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
My name is Robin Glasper Chapman. I am a retired school teacher that just recently retired and invested over $20,000 in remodeling my home. On the night of the hurricane, we chose to stay. For whatever reasons, we chose to stay. I know why, because this has never happened. I've been in my house for 28 years. I've never seen the waters that I saw on that night. I never was wakened by the smell that I woke up to on that night. That smell was so strong that it just turned my stomach. And I jumped up and I said, oh my God, what is that? I wasn't worried about Ida. I was worried about that smell that I smelt in my home. That's what I was worried about. My granddaughter that was in the bedroom sleep. That's what I was worried about. And then my husband woke up and we both said, sewer, at the same time. A brand new shower that I had just installed in my house had a certified plumber to come and dig it out to make sure that everything was done correctly, was full with black smut, stanky waters. Sewer. That wasn't from Ida. That was from sewer. And just like Ms. McCraney said, every time it rains, you know what we hear all night long? Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. We getting up, walking. We're not sleeping. Come on, people. We are taxpayers. We're not people that's on assisted living. We pay to stay where we stay. We take care of our property. We take pride in our homes. And for you to sit there and just look and do nothing, that is not fair to us. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Pete, if I don't pay my city taxes, y'all gonna be trying to put me off of my little piece of property. At the end of the day, Kip, if I don't do what I'm supposed to do to make sure that my property is kept up, Mr. what's his name? Bobby will be, Mr. Mitchell will be passing by. Mr. Clapper, you need to do something about this at the end of the day. So I'm asking each of you tonight to examine yourselves as our leaders for this city. And if you could sleep at night knowing what we're battling in District 3 with this sewer, then God bless you. Because I don't think I could sleep if I was in your shoes, knowing this is not just one house. If it was just one house, okay, it might be a plumbing problem, but it's not one house. It's all our homes. A neighborhood that we've been in for years. I live on Mississippi Street now, but I was raised on Mooney Avenue. Never had that problem. So something is wrong. And I'm asking you, I'm pleading to you tonight to find out what's going on, Mr. Pete. Please, can you do that? Can you assure us tonight Other than the fact that y'all building all these little project houses and all this other stuff around there, it's too much being built in that neighborhood. The sewer cannot handle it all. Put it over there in Southeastern. Put it over there in Villa West. Put it in District 5, District 2. Why has it all got to come to District 3? We're hurting.
So what I've told Guy Palermo and the engineers is, in this case here, we need to backtrack from where you are, where the houses are, and back out from there and start checking the pipes from there and find out what's integrating that system. And it's water. There's a break somewhere that's got to be happening. We wanted to relieve it a while back with a lift station, add an additional lift station to bypass that area and go straight to the plant. That was denied. That was $700,000. We are in there trying to get some things done and rehab that system in there. We need to get around your houses where you're talking about and stay there until we find what's integrating that pipe system. That's what I've told the director, and that's what I told the engineers. This has just been talked about as far as what I think should be done, and I'm not an engineer, but we need to stay in your area until we find the problem. So that's the conversation that's been had.
Okay, so and during this time, who's going to be responsible for our losses? Because every time it rains, this happens. So during this time, right.
While you're talking. Well, when my city director tells me that you do have grease in a certain pipe, and they don't think that it was us, and there's a man who lives right off of Mooney that takes care of that area and knows it as well, and says the same thing, you tend to believe your employees.
Okay,
so
so that's one person. That's one person that's giving you, well, two. I'll give you two. That's two people that's giving you this advice. How many homes have been damaged up in here?
And that's why I believe we need to stay in that area till we find what the problem is, and don't move out of the area. Continue to stay in it.
But again, I say, at whose expense? Is this going to continue to be at our expense?
Repairing the lines is our expense.
But what about our losses?
What about your losses? I mean, if it's our fault, then it's our fault.
So now you see, now you see what I go through, huh? See that little laugh and see that little grinning? See, that's why y'all don't know the hell that I catch. And you know what? I'm so glad. That's your expense. That's not the city expense. See? Yeah.
They come live in our house for a week and see what we go through with. I woke up the night of the storm. I'm smelling something. There's sewage. The other night, I can't even stay in my house right now. You walk in there, you smell sewage. I met my son the other night. I went to use the bathroom. Guess what? Feces, toilet paper, you name it. We couldn't even flush it. But y'all sit there and say what y'all doing. Don't sit there and say what you're doing. Do it.
Understood.
Do it. But no, come live in our neighborhood. Come live. You're welcome to stay in my house if you can get in there and see what we're going through. Yeah, it's easy to talk. But do something. We can sit here all night and go through the same thing. Y'all ain't doing nothing. You know why? Because of the neighborhood where we at. It's all black. But if it was a different neighborhood where there is nothing but white, y'all have been got up and did something. So don't tell me nothing can't be done.
I'm telling you that we're spending dollars in that neighborhood.
Let her talk. Let her talk. Let her talk.
I'm 77 years old, and I got to live through that. Long as I've been down there, I ain't never had to live through that. Get my health issues and then put one of your parents in there that's 77 or older or younger and say you got to live here with the sewage because it's not our fault. It must be yours. Put one of them in there. Bring in some family members and let's see how quick this problem will be solved. Because right now, talk is cheap. Real cheap. Nothing. So everybody's sick of talk. Let's see some action. Even if you go in the road when it rains, you got feces like that hanging out on the street. You got to walk through. You got toilet paper. Would you live in something like that? Would you want to live in something like that? And then say, well, we doing. Oh, God, I be dead and grown, and you still be doing. I don't see nothing you're doing.
Hold up, Silk, 1 minute. I'm gonna have to put a time on everybody
I'm
now.
gonna be quick.
Okay.
So Denise McCraney Montgomery speaking again. You made a statement that it's our responsibility. Today, your letter that came from your insurance stated grease in the pipes and this and this and that and that. Is my grease in my pipes the same pipes and grease that's in Miss Bernice's house? Is the grease in the pipes that's in my house that you denied, is that in Miss Robbins' house? I need you to go back, talk to your insurance people. I look forward to my payment.
And I'm gonna say this here, and I'm gonna let y'all continue to talk. It's easy to sit here, and I don't know if y'all saw the agenda or not. Look how much they talking about the sewer now. See, they talking about the sewer a lot. And like I say always, anybody can sit up here and talk. And I can sit here and say myself, my wife, not even from here, worked for the Board of Health, worked for FDA. When she saw the sewer, I had to start sitting there taking the bathroom out right then and there. I couldn't even wait for the insurance company because she said she gonna leave me. And I know Mr. Sims, not even from here. He came home, called, checking about, Councilman, what's going on? What it look like on Mooney Avenue? I said, Mr. Sims, it look bad, but everything will be taken care of. I didn't even tell him his house had flooded. Because I said I wasn't going to even tell him that, let him come here and see. But his sister got it to him. And this what take place. And I'm going to say it again. District 3, everybody's sewer come through District 3. So when those people talking, Villa West, Southeast, every city councilman up here, they sewer pass by your house. So that being said, I brought a consultant in here just to educate me more. And he did. He came before the city and talked to the city, was telling them some of the things to do. This is what y'all need to do. Bye, 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 bye. The maladministration. You trying to take Chuck's job. Chuck been working for the city for 30 years. Not one time that man said he come to take nobody's job. He just come to help fix a problem that the city shot out of here so damn fast till it's crazy. But I'm going to say this here. District 3, you going to always have sewer problem. You know why you going to have sewer problem? If you look through these pages, look through the agenda. Every damn thing on here is a grant. You know who the grants go to? Poor blacks with kids. So you're going to always have a problem. It ain't going to stop tonight. So far as the sewer coming in your house, God knows, I hope it don't never happen again. But I just want to let y'all know, the city need the sewer to come in y'all house. That's where they can continue to get grants off the backs of black female with kids. So you're going to always have this problem, because guess what? Go through these pages and see how much money that the city applying for as grant. So to me, you know what? I just learned since I've been up here. It's really a game. It's really a game. So the next one want to speak with sewer in their house, you're more than welcome to come up. On Vonnedo Lane, let it be stated that the whole street, not one house, not two houses, the whole street had a sewer issue. 8 houses had a sewer issue. And some of them haven't even went in their house yet, because guess why? The insurance company telling them to wait, because they don't believe them, telling them to wait. But if you pass down Vonnedo Line, you'll see the couches, you'll see the flooring, you'll see every damn thing that y'all got in y'all house that ain't none of y'all had to take out. That's what they had to take out of their house. They working on a contract.
My name is Ethel Carbon, and my house is on 1005 Vonnedo Street. I moved in that house when it was brand new in 1972. And while moving, before we can get all our household stuff in, the Baker builder was up the street working on another house. And I went and got him. Sewer came up all through my house. Every room in the house was sewer. And I'm not talking about 10 to 15 years ago. This happened in 1972, and I lived there for many years, with the exception about 4 years that all my life I lived on Vonnedo Street. And we have always had that sewer problem. It ain't just started no 15 or 20 years ago. And I had to leave my house and tell my husband I couldn't take it. And he cleaned it up, and when he cleaned it up, he came and got me. That's how bad it is. So I wish y'all could do something.
Thank you. The next.
My name is Claude Sims. I live on Mooney Avenue, 806 Mooney Avenue. I've lived there for quite some time, so I'm going to be very, very brief. My concern is that it's a fact there's an issue, and it's a fact that there has to be a solution. I want to know, is it a fact that if you're getting all of these grants, is it possible that you could have gotten a grant to fix the sewage and didn't do it?
My name is Judy Reeves. I live on Mooney Avenue. Just to let you all see just a little bit, this is how my sewer backed up. In my tub, in my house.
What's your address, ma'am?
1111 Mooney Avenue. And it's the whole area, it's just not Bonnie, though, it's Mooney, it's all over Mississippi Street, you know. It's just, it needs to help. Can I see that?
Who next? Huh? Okay. Yeah. Somebody else from Mississippi Street, and she had went to the doctor today, so I'll speak on her behalf. The ones on Mississippi Street, Miss Bernice, Miss Showers, Miss Dangerfield, the man couple. We've been having an issue. Miss Bernice, she said it right, raw sewer coming out the man cover. And for 3 years, I've been complaining about it and started taking pictures in 2017. Before I even set up here, I already knew what my fight was going to be. But God knows I didn't think I was going to be fighting till the night over the same problem that should have been solved. And I say this here, talked about bolting the man cover down, this and that. Everything I said, just like y'all said tonight, our administration, and I'm not going to say that, the mayor, he really think it's a joke. See, because you know what they call me now? They call me the crazy man. They call me the wild man. And you know what? I ain't gonna even lie. They telling the truth. Because you know why? Every last one of y'all in here know how much I love District 3. So you know what? I am crazy. I am wild. And I wish that we had a damn mayor was crazy and wild and loved the city of Hammond like I love District 3. Everybody know what Devon Wells will do for District 3. If you tell me you got a problem, I don't do like the mayor. Let me get your number. Let me get your address. What do? I'm coming to see for myself. And see, that's what I say. So, and like they said, voting coming again. And when voting coming again, don't let nobody trick you with a flower. Don't let nobody trick you with a piece of candy, a barbecue sandwich, you know. And I say this here because guess what? Everybody know I'm not a politician. They know how real I am. They know what I do, what I can do. And you know what? Everything that I need, everything that I ask for, I got to go through the mayor. And so that $700,000 that he keep talking about, you know, you wants to sit here and throw $700,000 in our face, but guess what? They didn't tell you about the $5 million that they had coming for sewer. Yeah, they ain't gonna tell you about that, but so no, I didn't turn it down. I talked to Silta, I talked to the ones in the community. You know what I said? I would like to table this matter. That's what I said. I never turned it down. They said I threw it away. So I just want y'all to know, and whoever else in District 3, one of the newest house in our area, George, what I call you? I can't think of your name, girl. Tiffany. I don't call you that, I call you Square. Tiffany got one of the newest houses in our community. And guess what? Sewer in her house, and I couldn't believe it. I say, Tiffany, your house flooded? She said, yeah, with sewer? I say, you serious? The newest house in our community. So it's like it's telling me, damn, don't nobody need to build nothing in District 3. That's what it's saying. And it's sad that we have to sit here and talk about it. And you know what? I ain't gonna lie to y'all. You know, and if something happen, it gonna shock the hell out of me. But I doubt it, because guess what? I'm looking right now. We got 8 items we got to discuss. Look through the pages. You'll see yourself. 3 of them for grants. In our area. So they gonna always get grants off the back of the black female with kids, the poor people. And we got the grant writer here. If they tell y'all how they write the grants, you know how they write the grants? The poor, the needy. That's how the grants be wrote in order to get it. So see, the little details that we didn't know nothing about the insurance, those the details that they'll never discuss on the mic where everybody can hear. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on the sewer issue? Yeah, come up here. You can talk. Yeah. Oh. So what she's saying, and it's amazing, Mr. Mayor, I know you put your foot in your mouth. And I'm going to say it again. You put your foot in your mouth because you sat there and said she had grease in her line. How the hell did anybody know she had grease in her line when she just got a clean out? And I'm the one told her the city cannot do nothing until you get a clean out, and they can go from your clean out to the street. In November of last year, the first time I stayed in my grandparents' house, the first time I put a clean out on my sewer line. I never had a clean out. I put a clean out on mine. So I'm sitting here saying that for the insurance company, I don't know. And God knows I'm trying to see how the mayor know you had grease in your line. So Miss Tillis, y'all had grease in y'all line? Miss Judy, you had grease in your line? The young lady in the back, stay on Mooney Avenue, you got grease in your line? She had me to go in her house, and you know what? I said, it's a shame, and I saw it before, because I saw Miss Silta house, the floor buckling up, her walls, and you know what? I didn't even tell her in her face. She ain't got no business staying in that house. Nobody got no business staying in that house. The mold is serious. Nobody. And for the mayor to sit up here, oh, baby, yeah, I'm going to talk. You can sit there and look, smirk, do whatever you want. You took your mask off. You should have been had it off. It's real. My people are hurting. You heard the age. You see them. We're not talking about no teenagers. These are older people. The community is an old community. tax-paying people. So what's going on? We have a real issue. And we can't wait till next month. We need a solution. So some of the areas that I done reached out to, sewer in the houses, Mississippi Street, Bonnado Lane, 2nd Avenue, Natchez Street, Palmetto Street, J.W. Davis, Mooney Avenue, and Lizzie Watt Street. And what they did on Lizzie Watt Street, they didn't even wait for Amway. They didn't even wait for the contract with the parish and the city who gonna pick up everything. You know what she did? She paid $600 to get everything away from her house. From the beds, to the garbage, to the sheetrock. That's what she did. And the good thing about it, and you're going to hear me say it over and over again, what I like about these city council meetings, everything is said is being recorded. 10 years from now, we going to know who said what. That's what I like about it. So that's why I'm saying, for the ones that didn't get up and speak, the only way they going to know what took place in your house is to get up, give your address and your name. But I did reach out to the environment people. And like I sat there and told you all, they told me for every house that flooded with sewer, write the address down. And this was a learning experience for the parish and the city. And what I learned, I didn't see what was going on. I don't know what was going on in Tangipahoa Parish. I saw some of the things in the city. But as a city councilman, I want to tell y'all, I'm sorry. I apologize. It's sad that we got to go through this. And these little smirks, y'all see how real it is. So what I did, yeah, I got internet. You know what I did? I watched New Orleans. See how they did things. I watched the sewer department. You know what they did? They didn't let it go in nobody's house. They let the sewer go in the Mississippi River. They didn't let the sewer go in nobody's house. They let the sewer go in the Mississippi River. So one thing about it, fact check, you can go and see for yourself what they did with the sewer. But you know what the city of Hammond do? It's not their problem, because you know why? You never came up and spoke about the issue, what's going on. And this not even half the people. A lot of people truly embarrassed to talk about the sewer in their house. So that's why y'all don't know. Because you know what? They don't tell me, but the neighbor done told me. Somebody else done told me. That's how I find out what's going on. So when you sit here and tell me about somebody want to build something, huh? Huh? Yeah, it's hard on me. And why it's hard on me? Because guess what? My people are already suffering. And so, what impact it gonna make? We sitting here studying letting new stuff come in. Let's fix this here problem before we continue to do stuff. That's what I've been asking for. Thank you, President, and the rest of the City Council.
Go ahead, Sam.
I wanted to, Team Rubicon still here. If y'all can come up real quick. One of the representatives wanted to share some information. I think they're still helping people. So if you want to come on up and tell us where to go and everything else and anything you'd like to inform us on.
Absolutely. Thank you for the invite tonight, and thank you for allowing us coming into your community to assist after this devastation. We're here to help with the disaster from Hurricane Ida. Team Rubicon is a veteran-led disaster response. We provide cleanup services free of charge. Our nonprofit organization has over 140,000 volunteers all across the country. Currently, we have people from Hawaii, Washington. I'm from Indiana. Jordan's from New Jersey. We have operations stood up in Houma, La Paz, here, and we're looking into going to Ironton. I believe I said that right. Down by St. James here next week. We are here to help the community. What we do is debris removal. We set it off on the side in accordance to the government as it sets up for FEMA in the certain piles so they can get picked up. We do muck outs as drywall removal, carpets, furniture, things like that. And we do tree removal. Trees down in your yard. Our main priority is access needs, trying to get people back in their homes. But other than that, we do help everyone, but we do help those in most in need at first. Services we don't provide is we don't actually remove the debris from the property, but we do take it to the curb to where they will be picked up. I do have a capabilities flyer here. I would like to give to each one of you so you can spread it out throughout your community. We do have a number that anyone can call us and get on our list, and we'll send our site survey crews out to check the damages, and then we can turn around and send our teams out to conduct the work. For those that are home watching in, that number is 424-750-2982. One of our members will answer the phone. It does ring, so if we don't answer, please call back. We will get back to you, but we'll get you on the list, and we'll definitely come out and see what we can do for you. We currently have about 300 leads that we're following up on. We got about 120 work orders in progress, and so far we've been here 2 weeks working. We've helped about 45 homes so far. I've been out here since August 28th when the storm first hit with multiple teams. We've been doing route clearance here in Hammond and other parts of Louisiana, opening up the roads so emergency services have faster response times and homeowners can get out of their home. As long as there's a need, and there is a need, and we are strictly a volunteer organization, so as long as we can have the volunteers, we are here. I spent 2 months last year in Lake Charles. I've been here almost a month now. I'll be here through the end of the month, take some time off, and then we'll be right back out. As long as there's a need and we got the volunteers and the resources, we're here to help.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Again, really do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other reports?
Let me see real quick. I think I had a few real quick. Let's see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lacey, do we have any information right now on FEMA with the flooding, like the houses that's flooded a couple times? Are we still working out on some detail? I think I've heard some things about the possibly paying percentages of the lifting the house, raising them out so many feet or whatnot. Have you heard anything about that yet with FEMA?
We haven't started that yet.
Okay.
What we need right now is people to report damages.
Okay.
So if you flooded from flood water, if you
Yeah.
had tree damage, if you had any sort of substantial damage in your home, we need to know that.
Okay.
So you can call City Hall and report that. The best number to call is 985-277-5639. As I said before, we have 173 houses that we already have on the list that we believe either took water, took sewer water, or had other issues with them.
So I guess later on, pretty much y'all just assessing everything, and then down the road,
Correct.
you'll find something out about that. But it seems like
Depends.
they are going to help out from what I've been hearing on lifting it.
It depends on how much water came into the house.
Okay.
And it depends on the elevation overall of the house, and then it depends on whether, what the split will be. So sometimes those grants start at 75% grant, 25% homeowner. Sometimes they can go to 90% grant, 10% homeowner, but that all depends on the overall damage of the storm.
Okay.
Lacey, can we as well get some type of article and/or information on that? Of course, you know, when Woodbridge flooded, Whitmore flooded for the third time, and I had numerous, you know, calls from those people, but they really wanted to know that information. What could they do to get some type of grant or some type of assistance to raise their homes? Because they're not wanting to move, you know, but they don't want to flood again. So I think, you know, instead of trying to answer each one, we could get some specific information out, specifically what they need to do, then I can pass that out to them, and, you know, they can get that information back to you.
Right. Our challenge is it's tied to the damage assessments. And FEMA has to see the damage assessment and has to understand how much water came in and the overall elevation. It's a multiple, it's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle that fits together.
Well, I guess what Steve was just trying to say, make sure we kind of let the people know about it, because I think they're trying to make, they're trying to make decisions up themselves as homeowners to figure out what they're going to do.
So
and everything.
all of these houses are getting flyers.
Yeah.
All of these houses are getting information. That information will also go up on our website. We had to start somewhere, and this is where we are right now.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that we already started on it. That's wonderful.
All right, so that was one of my issues I wanted to bring up, and then, let's see, yeah, and then, all right, yeah, I think that's it right now, so I'm good. Thank y'all.
All right. Any other reports? Carly? Steve?
I'll wait.
All right. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, our minutes from August the 10th, 2021. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
All right, next item, resolutions, none. Old business, resolution number 1.
A resolution requiring quarterly financial reports, whereas the council hereby finds and declares that financial transparency and disclosure of the city's business is in the public interest. Be it resolved, a quarterly financial report shall be generated by the city accounting department. The report shall include budget to actual report, all transfers within each department and fund, available balance in each fund at the end of the quarter, bank reconciliation, available balance in each multi-year fund, the capital project report, a list of payments made to the vendor for the quarter, and any changes to the adopted budget. For the transparency, a list of new hires, promotions within a department, and annual increases should be included with financial reports. Councilman Divatario.
Yeah, this is my resolution I put on there. It's been on there for a while, made some adjustments. Just think the transparency and updating on financials, you know, a little prior to the actual budget work session helps everyone know what's going on, and makes better decisions. So transparency, to me, I think the better it is, the better everybody is. So that's my thoughts on my resolution.
Did we ever get any, I think the last time or time before, it's been a while, you were going to find other cities or other municipalities that
we already
did the
found
same thing that we did?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I missed that.
You gave it to Lacey?
Yeah, I talked to Lacey about it. Well, we went over it. Lacey sent me some questions. You sent me some questions, and I answered the questions. So that's where we're at right there, and that's resolution, and that's where any public body of office that I know of, and board members, elected positions, they all see what's going on in financials of the group as the board. So that's my resolution I have on the table. You feel free to vote however you like.
I think, let me comment on it. The city of Covington, which is next door, they do it every month. The railroad spur, we don't know what took place with that money. We don't even know how much come in a month on that. They had $30,000 in the car allowance for the city council. I don't know what happened to that. And as of right now, the accounting, who is the department head? So all those things, we can sit here and fuss, argue, fight, however you want to say it. It's the citizens, the taxpayers, need to know where the money is going. So for several months, we had nobody over the county department, the mayor administration. And I tell everybody, it need to have accountability of what's taking place. Money is being moved that we don't know nothing about. She can sit here and tell us anything. And I tell everybody, I don't trust nobody with my money. And this is not my money. This the taxpayers' money. So this here done came up, I think going on 2 months, 3 months, I don't know. And it's like we keep trying to hide something. And if you keep hiding something, something later on gonna come out, but guess what? It's too late now. You know, we asking for money, we doing this. We don't even know for all these here grants they got on here. We don't even know we had the money to cover the grants. Because who is truly over the financial department? So, to me, it's nothing to argue about, it's nothing to fuss about. Let the citizens know where their money going in. And guess what? In my district, they can see we got a sewer issue. They can see where the money is being moved and how it's being moved. And Councilman Wells, I don't like this. Why they put money there? Why they put money there? So they'll see for themselves what's going on with their money. It's not our money. It's the taxpayers' money. So I like the idea. Only thing I don't like, why are we doing it a quarter? I think we should do it every month. And everybody can see how the money is being moved. When you get a bank statement, do you get a bank statement every quarter or every month? So this not for us. So don't take it personal, because look like every time somebody say something that we take it personal. What he looking for? What he hiding? What she hiding? What they trying to do? So it's something it's something that we need to do. It's something should have been done before we got up here. And I will say this here, a lot of things that I vote on, a lot of things I talk about, for the person that come after me, I done already laid the road map down for they'll know what to do. So that's why I sit here and say, we need to vote on it. This need to take place. And it's something that Councilman Sam, he shouldn't even have to brought up. The city should have brought it up. So what are we hiding? That's what I want to know. Now that's a true question now. What are we hiding?
I think it's a great idea. I've already said that once or twice. I have no problem with this whatsoever. My only question was, the first time, this has been 2 months since we've been talking about it, which was tabled once or at least once by Sam, because he wanted to work on it more, was that the city needed a good way to efficiently give this information, given the system that we use. And the last I recall, Sam, you had examples of specific municipalities that use Munis that can tell us what the keystrokes are, so that the city doesn't have to do 4 reams of paper and a month's worth of work to create one little report. So that's the only thing that I have questions on is, have we given the city a way to do this efficiently? Everyone knows government is overly cumbersome. Why are we adding to red tape? Let's make a way that they can do it efficiently by working together. And I just want to make sure that that was done. If it wasn't done, why hasn't it been done?
Everyone I've spoken to said that it's not that time-consuming.
From the city, from this city, have they said it's not that time
That same
consuming
system
here?
that the city uses, other municipalities use, and they said
Right.
it was not that time-consuming.
Did you give the city, like Lacey asked, what program or keystrokes or whatever it is she called
There's a
that they
rep with
asked
that
for?
system that you can talk to and discuss, just like any other system, and they can go through it.
Right, but you said you were going to tell her the names of the city
Yeah,
that
there
did.
is. Covington's one. That's one right off the bat.
Okay.
If you go Google any Covington or any other municipality, and I'm not going to sit here and debate me because it's been out here for a long time. She sent me.
I'm ready to vote for it, but
she
they
sent
have
me
to
a
be
bunch
able
of
to do
questions.
it.
She sent me a bunch.
Well, why you know they're not gonna
and
be
I
able to do
answered
it?
And
I don't know, they're not.
Okay,
I
then.
said, let's do
Accounting
it.
department.
I
Don't
want
know
them
how to
to
use
be
the
able to
system.
do it efficiently, right? Why are we wasting people's time and money?
Wasting money?
Yeah.
That what you just said?
When you have people who are doing a job that could be done easier and it takes them longer and they're paid hourly, yeah, you're wasting money. So make sure they can do it efficiently.
You
Yeah.
got 3 months, you're supposed to be plugging this in the system anyways.
So you think
You
they?
have accounting department.
You think, and I mean it, Councilman Gonzalez.
Councilwoman.
Well,
You keep doing that.
Okay.
Let's just go there. You want
Yes.
people to call you Councilman Wells.
yeah, Councilman woman Gonzalez. I apologize. You saying stuff that the city not even asking for, and you know what? How many times? And I know this. Councilman Sam reached out to Miss Lacey, and if they really wanted to do it, it'll be taken care of. So it's not a debate. This what he asked for. Whenever you ask for the equipment for the playground, who sit there and say they don't need no equipment in the playground? Nobody sit there and said that. Everything you ask for, when you ask for all that drainage, that's right, I love it. When you ask for all that drainage, guess what? That was one of the worst areas in the world. Guess they flooded all over there after the storm. All that drainage that was put down, yeah, I know you don't know nothing about it.
Where are you talking about? I just don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, in your district. That's what I'm talking about. So there was a flood issue. And in Kip District too, it was a flood issue. So all this new drainage
My district
in
is.
Sam District, in Steve District, all this new drainage that was put down, it ended up turning out to be a flood issue. So when we ask for things, guess what? Not one time you sat up here and you was ever denied anything you asked for.
I'm not denying it. Just let's do it right.
Sit down. Have you reached out to him? Have you reached out to him?
No, because it's not my
Thank
job
you.
to. I'm asking a
Thank
question
you.
right now.
You ain't never reached out to him.
Okay.
All right.
Could I add some information since it would be the city staff producing the report?
Go ahead, Lacey.
So when this first was brought to us, I produced several report types. And I tried to emphasize how we were trying to meet the language of the resolution and what our software was capable of in meeting the language versus where there was holes. We reached out to Munis. We sent that support request. They specifically said in the support request that the type of report that was being asked for at that time was not possible. I forwarded that as soon as I received it to the entire council. In addition, this language then got modified about a month ago, and more things were added in here. And so I sent the councilman questions. I asked for a meeting. I was told that there wasn't time for a meeting, and so just send the questions. So I sent the questions. You answered the questions. So the questions that still remain are the all transfers within the department and funds, because I said those were part of the budget to actual report. And the response was that you want separate, just the transfer would be helpful. So I'm not sure what that means.
I want all transfers within each department and fund. That's exactly what I'm saying here. Just like what I said.
That's in the budget to actual report, which is what I provided.
Which you
And you
provided.
said that was not sufficient detail.
No, 'cause it wasn't all the details. It wasn't. That's why it wasn't sufficient. And that's why I sent what I sent right here. And this system should have everything in here that I have on here. and it should be all documented. You should know where to balance in each multiple year fund, the capital project report, where we at on capital project reports, the things that everybody voted for. Have they started bidding out? Where we at on spending money? Nobody has a clue. Not one clue. I had a park, I had a little canopy that was supposed to be done, 15 by 15 in Jackson Park. It took 2 years to get done. It was a 20 by 20. Then it started spending money when I started asking until the end of the year. I mean, and then barely got it done. It's still not done. So what I'm saying is that's why I want to know, and every councilman should want to know where their capital projects are going, where's the budget at, and have they engaged any money or funds into that? Any promotions? Do we even have a CPA? Do we have an accountant head right now that's leading that department right now, or is it you?
Laura Hammond is the finance director.
Okay.
That has been told to the council earlier in multiple meetings. That has been on the website, and she has been the department head.
Okay. Well, you got 3 months. You got a lot of time to figure this out with a CPA or accountant somewhere else, to where he can teach you how to work this program and get exactly what this is. If you have any other questions on it, you're more than welcome to meet with me or whatever you need to do, and we can set up a meeting. But you have time to get all this done, and it's not going to take the hours, because all should be getting plugged into the system.
Okay, I can see that this is not an open dialogue, so whatever you want to vote on, go ahead and vote on.
Okay.
So we still don't know if Eunice can do this.
Munis can do this. I've talked to a lady that uses Munis, and they can do this.
And where was that lady?
Out of Covington.
And she said that Munis can do everything that you have requested here in the format that you want.
I went over this with all accounting and CPAs that are educated in accounting departments, and they all say this is something that can be provided.
Well,
So that's what I'm
Covington
saying.
doesn't run on the same version of Munis that we
I'm using them
have.
as example. There's other ones I've talked to as well, too. So all I'm getting at is this is mine. If you have a problem or you can't comprehend it, Lacey, or have any issues, we're more than welcome to set up a meeting after. It may not even pass, Lacey, so you may not have to do it. You may not have to do it, so.
We have provided reports in the past when they are requested. We will be happy to provide more reports. We put together the budget. That's the last big thing that you have of the city's financial position. We're happy to provide reports. We provide them every time we do the budget transfers. We provide those. I think they're readily available. So we'll be happy. You go ahead and vote on whatever you want to vote on, and we'll be happy to try to produce the report in the way that you are requesting.
And for the record, and help me out if I'm wrong, did we ever vote on a department head for the county department? Did we ever vote on that?
I don't remember that.
I'm asking. I thought that's something, Andre, is there something supposed to come before the city councilman or what? Or the city just pick who they want and we just go with it?
It's only those departments that are required by the charter that has to come before the council.
So the county department, they didn't have to come before us? Okay, yeah, because I didn't even know that, so I'm learning every day.
So HR department, we vote on HR department, it's just selected head departments that we have to vote on, approve?
It's only those that are in the charter, like the police department, the fire department, public works, city attorney, department of administration. It's only those that are in the charter that requires the council to vote. Recreation department, personnel, those are those listed in the charter.
Otherwise, they just go through the full process. The job was advertised. We did interview multiple candidates on a committee, just like we do for every other position. And Laura Hammond was hired.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube? Okay. Pleasure of the council.
Make a motion.
Second.
That's a motion to approve.
Yes, make a motion to approve.
Councilman, excuse me, Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Deveterio?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
New business, resolution number 1.
Number one, a resolution supporting the submission of a $400,000 application to the Louisiana Community Development Grant, Block Grant, Coronavirus Program for improvements to Martin Luther King and Zamori Parks, and 2, supporting a match in the form of associated design and/or construction administration costs if incurred. Charles Borcher.
Hey, Charles.
Yes.
So this is a very new program. Actually was announced by the state just a few weeks before Hurricane Ida. And,
Make sure that microphone
Can, ma'am, can you hear him?
it was off. Is this better?
Yeah, now it's on. Okay.
There you go. All right. This is a very new program that was announced by the state just prior to Hurricane Ida, actually a couple of weeks prior. What's great about it is there's no real match requirement. The grant will not pay for engineering design costs. A lot of times working with vendors, we don't incur those. You know, those are kind of part of the playground design, for example. So it could very well be that we are able to get $400,000 for improvements to these 2 parks for no taxpayer investment. We're looking at Z. Murray and Martin Luther King parks. We've previously applied for some grants for Martin Luther King's Park that were unsuccessful, a walking trail, for example. The swings there, it's just 2 bays of swings, so we're looking at possibly expanding that, putting in bonded rubber safety surfacing that mulch washes out in all of our parks. One of the key requirements of this grant is that whatever improvements we make have to encourage social distancing. It's a COVID-related grant, so we can't build a playground because that brings everybody to one place, but we can add swing bays where you spread people out. We can expand the dog park. We can do a walking trail. We can add picnic tables and park benches and do small pavilions to kind of separate people to achieve that social distancing. So we're asking for the council support of an application. The deadlines have been fluid because of Hurricane Ida. I think the current deadline is October 1. We do have to have a public hearing. I've already spoken with Councilwoman Gonzalez and Councilman Kip Andrews. We're going to try to do that. We originally tried to do that during the whole recovery after Ida. Obviously, that had to be canceled. So we're going to try to do that on next Friday, the 24th. So anyone from those communities that use those parks or from the general Hammond area are welcome to come and share their views. This is basically to solicit feedback to let us know whether we're on the right track or the wrong track and what they think of some of the ideas we're discussing.
Anyone from the public have questions? Anyone from YouTube? Yes, sir. Anyone from the council? Pleasure of the council.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
We're talking about 400,000. How much money gonna go to Z. Mary Park, and how much money gonna go to Martin Luther King Park?
That is still to be determined, but we're kind of looking at somewhere between, I think it's 125 to 150 for Martin Luther King Park, based on the things that would be eligible for funding, and 2.5 to 250 to 275,000 for Z. Murray.
Okay.
Z. Murray being a larger park, there's more things that are eligible in that park.
Yeah, but you said all this was new too, due to the virus.
Correct.
So, I mean, I'm just asking a question. Why you can't put 200 in Martin Luther King Park and put 200 in Z. Mary? We just did something at the dog park for Z. Mary, last year, this year?
It was early this year, I think, is when we did that. Yeah, with some park benches. We could. I mean, that's part of what we'll be discussing at the public hearing. If there's a desire to split the money equally, that's something that we could do. Just based on, like I said, the type of things that are eligible, that's kind of where I'm thinking the cost will end up, but I'm not the one that's going to make that ultimate decision. We're going to listen to our constituents, to our council members, and try to do its best in both parks.
Yeah, well, that's just one of my recommendations. I think the money should be split equally in each park, since you got both of the parks on there. That's just my opinion.
Any more questions? Pleasure of the council.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman DiViterio?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Resolution number 2.
A resolution supporting the submission of a $5 million grant application to the Water Sector Program for improvements to Hammond's sewer system and supporting a local match not to exceed $2,621,473 in American Rescue Plan Act funding.
Okay, I have a visual aid for this one. I didn't know if we would have the projector. I'm sorry I didn't request it myself, but I did print out some maps for everyone. So we can kind of see the areas.
Thank you.
So the first thing I'll say about this is an awesome opportunity. I don't get to say that word enough. Basically, as I think has been alluded to earlier, the city was fortunate in receiving a fairly large amount of money through the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. That was that third round of COVID-related funding that was passed under the Biden administration back in March. So we currently have $2.6 million and change, which is going to be spent on sewer. This is a program, the Water Sector Program, that is also very new. Basically, we can apply for up to $5 million. We can use the ARPA funds. In fact, we're actually being encouraged to use the ARPA funds. So effectively what we're doing is we're increasing the amount of money we would have to do sewer rehab to $7.6 million for no additional taxpayer cost. This is all coming from federal and state funds. What we would be able to do with that, the map I just brought out. I'll start with the large area in orange. That would be all new additional SSES sewer system evaluation survey and rehab. It's a huge area. The shaded areas in green, these are some areas where we have done SSES and or rehab in the past, but they've included areas where we couldn't do that work. For example, there were commercial areas that other grants wouldn't allow us to work in. We had to do residential. And then finally, there's the area in yellow, which is actually going to be coming up on the next two agenda items. This is an area that we're going to do SSES on with the Pontchartrain Restoration Program funds we've received. We'll be actually able to do rehab in this area with Water Sector Program funds. So when you look at this map, what you see is that most of the city limits are covered. We're doing something everywhere with a large concentration of these funds sort of right in the middle of Hammond. You know, we're talking central and south central Hammond. Like I said, an awesome opportunity, no additional cost to the taxpayer. We're leveraging those federal funds that we were fortunate to receive to get an additional $5 million to actually do real work in the city. And this gets us that much closer to that, I think that $12 million figure that Chuck gave us a few months back actually, when he was talking about the sewer that we need to do. We are hoping, the state is hoping that there will be a second round of funding next year. And if there is, we'll try to leverage the remainder of our ARPA funds, which will be coming next year, to gain an additional $5 million. So again, awesome opportunity, looking for the council's support so we can go ahead and get our application rolling. The deadline for this one, because of Hurricane Ida, has been pushed, I believe, to November 1. Again, lots of fluidity and deadlines and what's required when because of the hurricane. And I'll answer any questions you guys may have.
Thank you for the map. That's definitely helpful.
Okay, Charles, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
And I got my glasses on. I'm looking at the map, but God knows.
I tried to print it as big as I had.
I know. It's not your fault. The biggest thing I see on here is Zemere Park. And help me out, I'm pretty good with direction, I think. So we looking at, is this the east of Zemere or west of Zemere or what?
Well, Zemere is kind of in the center, I guess it's kind of in the, we're looking at the map, and I realize the public doesn't have this, but this is Zemere right here.
Uh-huh.
So we're talking about this whole area in orange. I don't know if you guys can see that, but this whole area, south central Hammond. Also the area in yellow, this is the area in yellow, which is out toward west Hammond. And then the overlapping, the shaded in green areas. which includes parts of District 3 and going out north of the city as well. So, and some of the box, that area that's in green is actually being done now with some of those funds that the council previously approved with the FY22 budget. So,
Okay, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 green areas.
so the open green areas are the ones that are underway now as part of the funds that were approved by the city. The shaded areas include areas that may have been done previously, but as I said, maybe they contain commercial property, which was not eligible for any type of rehab or SSES because the funds that we received or the funds we were using had to be used for residential. So we'll be able to go back into those areas and address those commercial properties.
Yeah, I know y'all gonna address the commercial properties, because you know why? We're talking about Walgreens, Popeyes, everything on that main strip that's having issues. But
Well, and that's the really cool thing about this. Normally, when we apply for those big grants through the Louisiana Community Development Block Grant Program, we have to target residential. We cannot do commercial. It's not allowed. Between this opportunity, the water sector program, we can spend money in those areas. And if we find issues, we can address those issues. With the Ponce Drain Restoration Program, same thing. We can do the SSES in those areas. We're using that grant just for the evaluation, so we can spend more of the $5 million on actual rehab. So we're trying to piece together multiple different funds to do this. City funding that's already been approved by the council, ARPA funds, which we were fortunate to receive, and the $5 million that we're hoping to apply for now, Ponce Drain Restoration Program money. Like I said, it's an awesome opportunity.
okay, and was you here when you heard all the people in District 3 complaining
Yes, sir.
about the sewer?
Right there, yes, sir.
Okay, so I have to go back and tell them something. And I want to tell them the truth. So I'm looking at all this in orange. I see Hammond Square. That's another big thing I see. But this is not a good map for me. And I am serious. I mean it when it comes to the sewer. So I don't want to be up here voting for something that I don't really see the district. You help me find District 3, please.
Part of District 3 is going to be in this.
Part of District 3, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
this shaded green area, that's some of the work we did with the LCDBG grant back in 2019, early 2020. So this area here, if I'm not mistaken, includes like Mooney Avenue.
Map and point it out to him, please.
So if I'm not mistaken, this area here includes a lot of the area that we did, I think this is Mooney. And this includes a lot of the area that we did with the LCDG grant, but we couldn't do any of the commercial properties, which would have been in this area here. So I think this is kind of your district here. So there is a good bit of overlap into your district. And you may actually have a piece of this area here.
Yeah.
What I can do is I can overlay this maybe tomorrow. I can throw this into Photoshop and overlay the council district so you guys can get a much better feel for what's in your district. But these areas pretty much touch all the districts. Some overlap. I don't think any one of them actually is confined to one specific district. There's a lot of overlap because there's so many different funds that are at work. Ponce Drain Restoration Program, this grant, if you allow us to apply for it, the ARPA funds and the city-approved funds. So we've got
Sewage
four
problems
different.
are in all districts.
Right, and that's why you see so much overlap.
Sewage problems don't know district lines.
Exactly. I think the only part of the city that's really excluded here is the airport, which is out to the far northeast.
All right, I'm about still confused as when you first got up here, so thank you for answering my question to the best of your ability.
Well, like I said, I can try to tomorrow, I can try to produce a map that overlays the council districts. That way you'll have a much clearer picture of what we're targeting in your district. Each of you will have a better picture.
Yep, but I have to vote on it tonight though, right?
We would like you to. That would allow us to get started on the application.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
But see, you're gonna get me a map tomorrow, but you want me to vote on it tonight. See, this some of the things some of the problems that I've been having, you know. I can vote on it tonight, and yet you get me a map tomorrow and find out that my district not even involved in it.
Well,
you know, I sort of see what you're talking about as far as on the map.
Yeah, the orange area and the shaded green area, much of that includes District 3. I think actually those two areas include all of District 3, if I'm not mistaken. There may be a little bit that's in the yellow and a little bit in the hollow green, and that's work that would be done under Pontchartrain Restoration Program as far as SSES goes. And the green, the hollow green, is what's being done now with the funds that were approved for FY22. So maybe the simplest way to explain this is the orange area, the yellow area, and the green shaded areas would all be getting something from this $5 million.
All right, thank you.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yes, I can.
Come to the mic, give your name and address, please.
I don't live in the city, but I do have a question. My family stays out here. My name is Jermaine Luckett. Address 515 Gaudet Lane, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70820. The question is, if the city is hurting and the funds is coming in from a grant, why not stop looking at the park and put it into the sewage? Because as you said, every neighborhood has
This is
sewage.
a different grant. Those are separate. You have to use the park grant for parks. You have to, or you don't get the money. When this is sewer grants, so you
Right.
have to use this money for
And
sewer.
there's
There's just
a
two
park-
separate
right,
pots of
but
money.
Z-Mary just got renovation not too long ago. I watched it happen. Mooney Park hasn't been renovated, and they have bathrooms over there, I believe, and that could help with the sewage issue. If you fix the Mooney sewage issue, that helps with all the other city issues because it all meets up right there.
I think Charles could probably speak to Mooney Park, and those are very separate issues, just from my understanding.
Right, but you just said you got to use some of it on the park, and that is a park that does need help in that area, and it will help not only that area, but also help with some of the sewer for the city as a whole. Am I wrong?
Yeah, right now, we're on number 2, and I know what you're saying. That was number 1 we talked about as far as the grant for the parks and stuff.
Yeah.
And so number 2, this is strictly for the sewer. So, and my concern was how much the sewer gonna cover, how much a District 3 that is gonna cover. So this is strictly about the sewer, and this have nothing to do. Z-Mary and see, and I'm glad you said that. See how a misunderstanding can take place by not being on the projector. So if this here map was on the projector, he can automatically look and see exactly what we're talking about. So a lot of things going on that it come before us that you all never get a chance to see. So this is strictly the sewer, what they talking about. So this number 2, number 1, we had talked about the grant for the parks. So this strictly about the sewer here.
Right.
So this number 2. So it's just a misunderstanding because the public don't know what's going on. We had the books and the paperwork in front of us, but somehow, hopefully, from this point on, that we can have more things on the projector where the public can see what's going on. See how quick, Mr. Charles, that this misunderstanding took place?
Well, now that I know of it.
Yeah, and so, and I think the mayor had even took you outside for a second, huh? So you missed that part. So that's what's going on, so.
I think I can help clarify that a bit. If there are sewer lines that run through or around the park, this $5 million could be used to rehab or evaluate those lines if they need repair. The improvements we're talking about, that was a different line item. That has to be spent on outdoor recreational facilities. It can't be used for sewer. But this $5 million, if there's sewer lines that run in or near a park, they can be evaluated and rehab.
That's pretty much what I was asking. Appreciate that.
Any more questions? Pleasure of the council.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon? Aye. Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Resolution number 3.
Resolution number 3, a resolution accepting a $105,000 grant from the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program to perform a sewer system evaluation survey of West Hammond, Phase 1. Number 2, approving a cash match of $45,000. And 3, authorizing the mayor or his designee to complete and sign related documents. Charles?
So to clarify, this is an award that we have received. So if the council accepts the award, we'll be able to sign the contract, the grant contract, and get started on the work very soon. This is an application I think we originally brought to the council in late April. We submitted it in early May. 2 things happened. We were able to get 100% of what we asked for. That's not typically how things go. And then the other thing that happened is what you'll read in number 4 here, which is that we were invited to apply for additional funds. So that's why there's a Phase 1 and a Phase 2. So we were actually able to get not only what we asked for, but actually get more money than we initially thought we could to expand that sewer system evaluation survey in west and now kind of northwest Hammond. And that's the area that's shown in yellow on that map. So with this resolution and the next one, we'd be accepting the funds to do this work, the SSES work in those areas. The $5 million grant application that we'll be submitting, if we get that, we'll be able to go in and actually do rehab work in those areas that were evaluated under this grant and the next line item. Hopefully that wasn't too confusing. I know it's a lot of like pieces here.
Any questions from anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yeah, one question, but it's not related to what we're talking about now.
Okay. Any question from the council? Pleasure of the council.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
And Councilman Wells?
All right. Resolution number 4.
A resolution accepting a $55,000 grant from the Lake Pontchartrain Basin Restoration Program to perform a sewer system evaluation survey of West Hammond, Phase 2. Number 2, approving a cash match of $23,571. And number 3, authorizing the mayor or his designee to complete and sign related documents.
So as I said earlier, this is that second amount of funding that we were invited to apply for and fortunate to get.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube on this? Pleasure of the council.
Motion to approve?
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Resolution number 5.
A resolution accepting a $200,000 grant from the Capital Outlay Program to construct an initial pair of box hangars at Hammond North Shore Regional Airport. Number 2, approving a cash match of $66,667. And number 3, authorizing the mayor or his designee to complete and sign related documents. Charles Barsher.
So this was one of those ones that was a long shot when we applied for it. We were actually encouraged to do so by Representative Muscarello. Not only did they fund it at what we asked, they gave us an additional $50,000. We initially requested $150,000 and they gave us $2. So this is also one that if the council accepts the award, we will be actually receiving these funds, signing the grant contract, and being able to get started on that project in the near future.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube? Any questions from the?
The match comes from our grant match fund? Or the
Grant-
airport's
Yes, the
budget?
grant match fund currently has enough funds in it to cover these matches. Because of the timing, I didn't note this before, but these last 3 contracts all came in like last Thursday and Friday when we were on skeleton crews. And so I haven't had the opportunity to talk with the other department heads to find out if there are funds in their budgets. I did confirm that we do have the funds in the grant match fund. I'm also anticipating, this morning I spoke with Land and Water Conservation Fund about the grant for Mooney Avenue Park. National Park Service has begun issuing grant awards, so they're coming down. So I'm confident that we're going to be hearing about our award soon. So that is also included. So we've got enough funds in the grant match fund to match these projects as well as for the future project that's coming from it.
The hangar that would be built, we rent that out, we own it, and we rent it out, correct? So
Yes.
it creates revenue for the airport?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's just gonna be two box?
Just 2 initially. We have a concept of building 2 at a time. What's nice about that is we can build 2, we can see how quickly they run out. Talking with David, our airport director, they're gonna run out very quickly. That becomes a revenue source. We can then start pooling that revenue. We can build 2 more, and then now you have 4 that are generating revenue, and eventually you can just keep ramping it up.
How much is one of those leased for?
Those 2 would produce roughly about $1,000 a month in income. And you know, we would have to see. I mean, they're looking at giving us, as Charles said, more money than what we asked for initially. When we bid it out, we might be surprised. No promises. You know, maybe we could get 3 out of it. We'll see. In which case, you're talking about $1,500 a month in income.
Great.
We're on number 5, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I got something to say. The director, could you please come back up here, please? This grant. You said $1,000 per hangar. That's how much you can get for rent.
No, sir, that would be about 500 per hangar.
How many hangars you trying to do?
2.
2 hangars. And you know, this is what I got to say, and I've been glad. I've been waiting for you a long time. You come up here before, talking about the runway, the runway, and how dangerous it was about the trees. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the runway still dangerous?
The runway is.
Yeah. Okay. How long ago that's been?
How long ago that we
purchased
the property?
Yes.
That was I want to say 2018?
2018.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't that long, but
2019?
yeah, but it wasn't that long. But this is what I'm getting at. It's amazing. You come up here talking about how dangerous. The runway's getting shorter. So now I'm asking you, and this ain't got nothing to do with it. Now you're trying to get hangars. So is the runway, is it still getting dangerous, or the danger part and past now?
No, it absolutely is dangerous. Are you asking for an update on where we are with that?
Yeah.
So once we purchase the property across the highway, we have to go, our next step, practically speaking, is the clearing and grubbing of that property. The problem is, anytime you're using federal or state funds to develop an area, and that's essentially what we're doing. We're taking around 25 acres or so, and we're basically gonna cut the trees down and turn it into an area that's safe for aviation. The FAA, the Army Corps of Engineers, the Environmental Protection Agency, all of these folks have a dog in the fight, and you've got to do a study, essentially, that determines what the impact is on the environment. There's a wetland study. They look at things. They look at archaeological things even. You know, for example, Highway 190 being a major east-west path for decades and centuries,
there's possible Indian things involved that we have to look at there as well. Burial grounds, relics, those kinds of things. So all that's being looked at right now. The Army Corps of Engineers has told us, it's been about a year now since the study started, but they're in the final stages of that. And it's not until they tell us that we can proceed that we can then go to the FAA and ask for something called a categorical exclusion to go ahead and start cutting those trees so that we can make that area safe. And then there's going to be other stuff after that that's going to be involved. For example, there'll have to be a study done to move that threshold. As a matter of fact, I just got through meeting today with via Zoom with my FAA program manager as well as my state program manager, and it's to look at our capital improvement plan. If you remember, in October of every year, I come to you with that capital improvement plan. It's due to the FAA by the 1st of November. And what we do is we look at all of our projects over the next 5 years, things that we're projecting that we need to do at that airport. All of those things, and you're going to see that coming up probably in about 3 weeks, whenever, or 4 weeks at the meeting in October where we present that to you. And you're going to see those projects associated with that property purchase planned out over the next few years based on when the state and the feds say that they can help us fund those projects. But it's going to be a long-term effort because it does involve additional funds that need to be spent to make that happen.
So I brought that up originally about the wetlands and every other study on that property. So if it needs mitigation, who the grant pays for that, or the city is going to pay for that?
Everything so far is being paid for by grants from the state and the feds.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you came up here, we was talking about how dangerous it was and airplanes gonna crash, and now, after you got the money, I ain't heard nothing else about the airport. And so I was just wondering, now I'm looking at talking about hangars for the airport. Is this something that we talked about? No, I know this not for you. For the Capital A project, did we talk about this in July, June? About this here, I'm talking to you now, Miss Lacy.
It's a larger project. Let me cover a couple of things and just get to the point. Corps of Engineers is holding up the chopping of the trees. We get that study complete, we're very close to cutting the trees. The safety factor is not the runway itself, it's the height of the trees when you're coming down in bad weather. If you use an instrument approach and you can't visually see. That's why the trees are a safety hazard. That's the safety of the runway. The hangars is something that Nikki Muscarella worked on and got some grant money to actually build a couple of hangars, and that's where we are here with this. There was some meeting where some funds were available, and Nikki went after them.
Councilman, back a couple of years when we were looking at hangars before, it was a larger project. We were looking at building 10, and we were looking at doing that strictly at city expense to do that. This is different because there's $200,000 of free money out there to build 2 of them.
Yeah, see, that's an issue that I have. We talk about free money, but yet you're looking at us, you're looking for us to give you $66,000. And I'm saying this here, the $1 million grant, that was free money. And we don't do this here right now. The runway getting smaller, that's how you came to us. So you actually had me scared that the runway was actually shrinking.
I scared my FAA program manager today because I told him that every year that goes by, those trees get taller, and that usable runway actually gets smaller, and that's the absolute truth.
Yeah. And so now, and I heard the mayor say about Nikki and went out the way to get this, but you're still asking the taxpayer to give you $66,667. And I know it's not you, but that's one of the issues that I have. So you can, not you now, this go to Charles now. We finding grants for everything that we want.
We try to.
It's a good thing.
Yeah,
That's
I know,
what we
I
do,
know.
right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about why the citizens have to put their money up for this here.
Well, so a couple of things. One is, as Dave correctly pointed out, this was originally going to be a project that was much larger. I think the cost at the time was estimated to be around $800,000, and it would have been all taxpayer money, all city money. We scaled that back fairly dramatically to 2 hangars. We, you know, at Representative Muscarello's insistence, we submitted this application as a long shot. He got behind it, and it got approved, not only for what we requested, but for $50,000 more. So that's $200,000 that our taxpayers don't have to put up. That's coming from the state. That's not City of Hammond money. That's coming from the state. This is an idea to build 2, start generating income, and as that income adds up, we'll be able to build more and generate more income and eventually ramp it up to where, you know, we can build these straight from the proceeds of the hangar rentals. While we're doing this, just like we do in grants all the time, I mean, when grants get announced, it might be for a playground, it might be for sewer, it might be for hangars for the airport. Our job is to try to take advantage of those opportunities. And knowing that there are other things that we're working on, it doesn't stop what's happening with the tree purchase, the property purchase, or the removal of the trees from that property to extend that runway. It just means that there's other stuff going on that we're trying to take advantage of at the same time. But I was in the meeting earlier today with David. I sit in all those meetings when we present that 5-year plan for the airport. So we're coordinating. We were talking about this project. Originally, this was going to be funded by the city, you know, and now it would be funded by the state.
Okay, and I heard you say this here. The airport was asking the city to pay $800,000, right?
I think the initial estimate for the cost of the 8,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the 10 box hangars was $800,000 or more. Yeah.
Okay, and it was denied, you know? And I'm saying, if we keep doing this here, the 66,000 right now, next month, 100,000. 2 years from now, 700,000. You still gonna end up getting 800,000. Whether if you keep breaking it down like this here, you asking for something that the city had denied, and they denied it for a reason, because they want to make sure the airport able to pay for itself, and not the city continue to pay for the airport. I mean, everything supposed to stand on its own legs, and if we keep easing money to stuff like this here, okay, $66,000. I need it right now. I got an old bathroom in Mooney Park that need to be tore down. See, I can always find, for every time you come up with a match on a grant, I can always go back to the park. I can always go back to the sewer. It has nothing to do with you, Mr. Dave. And that's what I'm looking at. So if we keep doing this here, you know, whether we approve it or not, I'm just sitting here making it clear that how we having an issue and we started paying for it. The city is paying for it. You know, was this $25,000, was this $5? We started asking the city to pay for the hangars. That's what I'm looking at. I remember it came before, talking about the $800,000. A lot of people in Hammond was talking about it. Don't even have planes. Talking about why we are spending money at the airport.
So the only thing I can say to that is, well, first of all, you build these 2 hangars, it's going to produce, like I said, $1,000 at least of income a month. We got 45 people on the waiting list right now. That number's going up. 50. She's the one that answers the phone and takes the calls, and that's a growth of 5 to 8 just since the hurricane. Yeah. We've got an opportunity here. You're not just talking about making the airport self-sufficient. You're talking about a money producer for the city, for the entire region, if we can turn this airport into what its potential is. And we got to build these hangars to reach that potential. There's no other way to do it. but the rent that will be produced, I mean, you think about the rent from 45 of these things, and I know that's pie in the sky and we're talking down the road, but it's huge. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Those are the small guys with the single engine planes that we're talking about. When you start bringing in the larger hangars and developing along 190, this produces the money to help us do that. Sky's the limit. It's amazing the income that you will start bringing in.
Yeah, well, you said that about the tower. You know, once you complete the tower, that's what gonna bring in. It's gonna bring in a lot of money. So every time you come up here, you know, you talk about the money gonna come in, the money gonna come in. You know, why the airport can't pay for it?
The airport did.
I'm talking about why the airport can't pay the $66,000.
Because the money that the airport is making right now is going toward its daily operating expenses. That will change as we build more hangars and as my income increases from those hangars.
So one more question and I'm gonna leave you alone. So you're not gonna ask the city to build no more hangars after this? Y'all gonna be able to pay for the hangars yourself?
Can't make that promise for sure, but let's wait and see what happens with these. Let's see what the income is that they produce. See what it costs us to maybe build 2 more after that, and whether that monthly income can go toward that or not.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any more questions from the council? I mean, from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yes, sir. Tracy Wells, 610 Mooney Avenue. How does building hangars benefit the taxpayers? We are matching with $66,667. Did the council agree to this match before the application was submitted?
Well, the short answer would have been no, because the application was submitted for a lower amount. So the $66,000 is directly based on the $200,000 that we're being awarded. One way it benefits taxpayers, as I noted earlier, is that this is $200,000 that's not coming from the Hammond taxpayer. It's coming from the state of Louisiana, the capital outlay program. So again, if we're going to build hangars, I think the best way to do that is with grant funds, so that we minimize the cost to the Hammond taxpayer.
Do we have a projection on how much those 2 hangars are gonna cost? Like projected, is it gonna cover that 200,000 covered, or we don't really have a clue yet? Is it gonna be more than that?
We projected the cost around $190,000.
For both?
For the
2
for
total?
The first 2. And so what we've got here with the match is almost $267,000. So that's what Dave said earlier. It's possible when we bid this out, it would be great if the bids come in lower and we're able to build 3. That means more income generation for the airport.
Well, the last time when the airport needed money, the mayor had reached out to some people that he knew, and they come up with the money. Did y'all try to reach out to the people that the mayor know when they had asked for money for last time to purchase the land?
No, sir. No, sir. Generally speaking, when we do those kind of asks, when we ask local businesses, individuals to contribute to projects, we don't go back and ask them again like the next year. You know, we don't want to seem ungrateful for their generosity. And in this situation, there's money in the grant match fund to cover the match, so there really wasn't a need to do that.
You're leveraging money. The $1 million that the federal government was giving us for that property, we had to spend whatever over $1 million that land was going to cost. It was $300,000. So I went out and personally engaged with folks and asked them to simply match $10,000 that I personally put up, because I knew it was a challenge to ask anyone to put up money to help buy that piece of property, which would make it safer for them to land their larger planes, people with a lot of money. So I went to them and I said, listen, I don't have the money to do this. Would you please match $10,000 for the safety of your family flying in and out of this airport? I think the city should do this. I said, I agree, but the situation we're in, we have less than 2 months to raise this money or we lose the leverage of $1 million. So I raised $230,000, and asked the council for 70. And then you stepped up, you approved it, and we purchased a piece of land that we truly needed. These dollars that we get from grants, it's a leveraging point, and this money that you'll get for rent on these hangars for years to come will be income when we're gone. It's just smart business. You're leveraging money. That's what the grant department does for us. How much money has the grant department brought in since Lacey was here and now Charles? Well over $7, $8, $9 million.
Yeah, I think it's like around 16 at this.
$16 million that otherwise we wouldn't have. Please consider how beneficial this is to the city as a whole and the government helping us, who in turn says often, if you don't show that you want to participate when we're giving you this money, we'll stop giving you the money.
Man, I tell you, I have to deal with speeches all the time when somebody wants something. But I'm going to go back. When I wanted the sewer fix, I couldn't get no speech at all. Thank you, Mr. Charles.
You had $750,000 you tabled that you could have brought back at any meeting you wanted to bring back, my friend, and we'd have done it.
They told me, you ain't got to worry about it, President Kip. They told me, Devon, make sure you act like somebody. And when somebody say something, you can be one or the other. You can be a lion or you can be a jackass. So I'm going to be the lion tonight. So that's it, President.
All right. Pleasure of the council.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
No.
Resolution number 6.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Charles.
A resolution to purchase 6 police Tahoes from Jerry Lane, Chevrolet for $213,023.82. State contract number 44000200203, Chief Edwin Bergeron.
Just looking to purchase the 6 vehicles. As we all know, with COVID and everything else, it's taken months and months and months and months and months and months just to get it. This purchase right now, if we go ahead and make the purchase, we get put on a list, and we're probably lucky to get them between 10 and 12 months.
Bill Hood, they don't, they're not on a state contract? Or?
No.
No, they're not.
And a lot of times, I know Ms. Jana know, necessarily don't have to use a state contract. Sometimes you can find it cheaper than the state contract.
Councilman Wells, we tried that last time, and y'all told us to go back to the state contract.
I don't know who y'all in there. Y'all didn't say go back to the state contract. I was asking just about if Bill Hood, I figured they might would match it since they're local, but that was it. So that's all I was asking since they're a local business. That's all I was asking about.
They,
The state contract has actually closed on majority of the vehicles that's available. Jerry Lane, the Tahoes is the only one that is available right now. They actually extended their contract through December. We have actually been looking for vehicles for Robert Morgan for the building department. He hasn't been able to purchase it because he is waiting for the new state contract to come in effect. We do reach out to Ross County to try to get a price because they were a local vendor. They can't match the state contract pricing, so they denied to give us a bid. Yes, as Councilman Wells said, we can put out for bid. If you come in at a higher price, we're going to purchase at a higher price.
you say the waiting list is 12 months?
We've got people, and we actually just discussed it at the Chiefs of Police Association conference. They have departments that are waiting 12, 13 months right now for vehicles.
Have you gotten the last ones that we approved?
We have them. We're struggling to get the equipment to outfit them because of COVID. And we're pretty close to being able to actually get them on the street. But once again, it's taken so long for everything because of COVID. Things just aren't made in the abundance in which they used to be. So it's just, you make the commitment, you go ahead and say, I want to buy it, and then you're lucky to get it whenever you can get it.
So this approval, will go ahead and purchase those, the vehicles
Go
will be
ahead and lock
purchased, it's just when they show up,
Yeah, we don't actually pay for them until we actually get them.
Get 'em, okay.
But basically, it locks us in on.
so they'll lock it in at that price?
Right.
Right here, okay.
And this comes from your millage fund, correct?
That's correct.
Any questions from anyone else in the public? Anyone from YouTube?
No, sir.
Pleasure of the council.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Thank y'all.
Chief,
you.
before you leave, I was told that I think National Guard group that was in the park the other day and Martin Luther King was cleaning up, they told me that you had something to do with those guys coming in there. I wanted to thank you personally for whatever connection you made with them. They done an excellent job in moving debris and trash around trees and stuff to the front of the road where it could be picked up. And I just wanted to thank you publicly for that.
They actually, I believe they did work in 4 different parks. They went around, evaluated every park, and tried to grab the bigger trees out of the parks that were down. So they did a great job in coming in and doing that.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, resolution number 7.
Resolution number 7, a resolution to approve the emergency purchase of replacement computer equipment from CMA using the funds authorized for the core communication upgrade in the fiscal year 2022 approved budget. Marcus McMullen, but before that, I gave each one of you a copy because it came in after the fact of the quote of $96,952.
Just giving y'all the opportunity to review it.
Don't know what all these computer terms mean, so.
Well, basically what you have in front of you, City of Hammond runs on 2 server hosts, which both of those hosts house every VM that we actually run throughout the city. Our Intergov, Munis, police software, fire software, file server, all of those different things. When Ida hit, we had issues with power outages and things like that, and one of those hosts, we lost it. So we had to migrate everything over to one, so we're running a lean environment right now, which is a very dangerous environment. We came to you guys the date that Ms. Lisa stated to ask for this to upgrade this facility anyway. We just got to do it a little quicker now. So I'm just asking permission to go ahead and spend the money now, even though you've already allotted it to us.
Can we get reimbursed since the hurricane fried our system?
I'm working with Ms. Jacqueline in HR to find out if that's possible and if that can be reimbursed.
Okay.
So part of that too is that first insurance has to cover whatever they're going to cover. And then we're going to submit like all the city building damage, all the lift station damage, everything that we can to FEMA for possible reimbursement. So it's kind of a 2-part process.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Mr. Marcus.
Yes, sir.
Going back, I have to go back to number 1, the resolution, as far as in the accounting department. Is anything that you can do that can get the software, the equipment that they need to help them out for that resolution? As far as the finance report?
I'm unaware of what's actually being required from that. I haven't been a part of that, so that would be something I would have to review before I can answer that.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yes, but I think it's a question pertaining to the vehicles.
Okay, all right, we passed it. All right, anyone, pledge, any?
I'm sorry, computer equipment. Mr. Jack Stevens, 43765 Scott Drive. Were these bid out to local Hammond companies? I guess the purchase of the.
Well, the company that we're actually looking to purchase this from is on state contract. And due to the emergency of it and with state contract, that gives us the opportunity to go directly with the vendor that actually supplied the first equipment that we had. It's coming from the same people. And we've been working with this company for a long time, and we have contracts with this company currently.
Any other question from the council? If not, the pleasure of the council.
Make a motion to approve.
And that's the purchase of.
She said she got something, she got another question.
So was this quoted by local Hammond companies? We have companies in our area that handle large scale upgrades such as this, but he was typing when you were answering.
Still get the state address. State contract, yeah.
Okay, the state address. Okay.
Motion to
But
approve the
Andre-
purchase of the, based on this.
CMA
estimate.
Technology Solutions for $96,952.
That's the motion.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second.
Steve. Councilman Steve, I got one.
Councilman Andrews,
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Aye.
Councilman Leon,
Aye.
Councilman Wells.
Aye.
Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus.
And for Mr. Stevens also, Ms. Illyria, we are accepting invitation of different information from other companies to review, to look to see if we can utilize them here in the city of Hammond.
Resolution number 8.
A resolution to confirm the appointment of Lisa Cockerham to the position of City Council Clerk for the City of Hammond.
Okay, well, you guys know we've been absent without a clerk for some time. Ms. Lisa went through the interviewing process. Before the storm hit, she had cleared her background check, drug check, whatever other checks they do through the human resources. Everything was cleared, so we just need to, tonight, to go ahead and confirm her appointment to be our secretary.
Ms. Lisa, you've done a very good job of a tough learning curve, and appreciate your hard work.
So, Councilman Andrew.
Yeah.
President Andrew. So, and I'm trying to read in between the lines. So she wasn't handpicked by nobody. Am I right?
She went through the interview process with the human resource, no, not the director. We didn't have a director at the time. Miss Jacqueline, no, Miss Jacqueline, what's the lady's name?
Ms. Husky.
Miss Rhonda, with Miss Rhonda, myself, Sam, and actually our ex-clerk sat in through the interviewing process.
So, and the reason I said that, she actually went through the process of getting this job, and she wasn't handpicked. Like a lot of people get these jobs for the city. That's why I wanted to make sure, and it was clear, that she wasn't handpicked. And President, I don't know, you didn't know her prior to this, her being up here, huh?
No. Didn't.
Okay. And I want to thank you, Miss Lisa, for everything that you've been doing and trying to do and gonna do, and continue to do a good job, and pray about everything, because you see what you're going through. Thank you, President and Miss Lisa.
Anyone from the public? Anyone from YouTube?
Yes, sir.
Pleasure of the council.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Councilman Andrews,
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilman Leon,
Aye.
Councilman Wells.
Aye.
Congratulations and welcome aboard.
Congratulations.
All right, final adoption of an ordinance, old business none, new business.
All right, final adoption of an ordinance, new business. Final adoption of an ordinance to rezone 5.05 acres from RS-11.A to RM-3, located on Barley Road, requested by Roberta Jorna Living Trust, owner, and Integrity Investors Group, LLC applicant, in accordance with a survey by C. Randall Dixon dated 6/26/2021, Z-2021-01-00093, recommended approval by the Zoning Commission.
Make a motion to approve. Is that what you're looking for? Did you want to have comment?
Yeah,
No,
I'm trying to
mean,
see if somebody
okay.
else had anything that they wanted to say. Okay.
Sorry.
No problem.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Hold up. But, it's in District 3. I thought, Ms. Lacy was gonna get up there and say something. I saw her name on here. And,
Is that everything at the public hearing time?
yeah, and so that's what I was looking for.
Did you want me to repeat that information?
I don't care about staying in council meetings 6-7 hours. It don't bother me. Sir, would you like to come to the front and sit here and say what you're trying to do, what you like to do?
Once again, my name is Ryan Bates. I'm with the development team, Integrity Development Partners. We are trying to get this track rezoned, given that we are sandwiched between all commercial and multifamily usage. We feel that would be the best usage, given that it's everything to the northeast, west, and south of us. We have plans and have been looking at things that we understand that's of importance to you, Councilman Wells, which is the sewer. And so we would not be moving forward if we did not have intent to properly equip ourselves with the sewage that's needed, along with the access that's needed to support the usage. As it's known right now, the road does stop a little bit short, so we will have to make investment for infrastructure to be able to utilize the property. As mentioned, the property is zoned for single family, and everything around it is commercial and multifamily, and around a lot of commercial activity, so we feel it'd be a benefit to the city of Hammond, and we're looking forward to being a partner in your community.
Okay, thank you. I stepped outside to use the phone, and we spoke briefly.
Yes, sir.
And I don't have meetings, and it's not on the record. And so what I like to do, I would like to table this item for right now until I find out more of what's going on. So,
is there anything that I can answer? We are very straightforward with our plan. I think we still have to go in front of your city permitting in order to meet any code requirements, everything that we need. This is simply for zoning.
yeah, not right now. There's nothing I can do right now. And I'm saying table it because right now, in my heart, I'm supposed to say no.
Yes, sir.
So, and I'm saying table it because you're not from the area, and I want to make sure that I'm doing what the community is looking for and asking for. So that's just something I would like to do. It is in my district, so that's why I say that, sir.
I understand that, and then I guess just in all transparency and fairness, just if any property owners, I would mention to anyone, would come and do something that's about right there, then they wouldn't have this discussion. So we're more than open to having any discussions. We meet with all city officials. There's nothing that we have to hide. We have a proven track record. We've got properties, like I mentioned earlier, from New Orleans to Lafayette, and Baton Rouge and everywhere in between. So we spend a heavy investment because we're long-term members of the community, and myself being a part of this and putting up my own money to do this project with the company that I represent, that's of importance to us. So like I said, time is always, of the essence, given the nature of the business that we're in, and I respect, everything that you've said thus far, and I try to be as adequately prepared to discuss sewer, saying that we're making that investment on our own. We're not looking to the city for that investment. So anything else that I can do to further the discussion, we're more than welcome to do that, but we do seek the approval. So I appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
So you have a, Council President, you have a motion and a second to approve, and then you have a substitute motion to table. So you just need a second, if there is a second for the substitute motion to table.
Second.
All right? So now you take a vote on the substitute motion to table first.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
So the motion's is tabled.
Final adoption number 2.
Final adoption of an ordinance to rezone 0.861 acres from I-L to C-H, located in the north two-thirds of Block 12 of the Barber Addition and within the DDD overlay, requested by Joe Tello and Sons, Inc., in accordance with a survey by Max J. Bodine, dated 7/1/2021, Z-2021-01-00094, recommended approval by the Zoning Commission.
Is anybody here? Is Mr. Joe Tallow here? Okay, this in my district too. And it's something else that I would like to table.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Final adoption number 3.
Final adoption of an emergency ordinance to allow for temporary housing for emergency relief related to Hurricane Ida.
Can we have, when things are going to be tabled like that, can we just not put them on the agenda? That's just an idea to think about. We need to have a discussion about it. We just sit through a bunch of conversation, which we're going to do again because it's tabled. So that's just my statement. I don't want to talk about it. Just think about that, please. If you want it not talked about, don't put it on the agenda.
I agree with you 100%. So for the future, Mr. President,
I agree too.
it make a lot of sense what Councilman Ms. Gonzalez said. So let's stop putting these stuff on the agenda, and we don't know what's going on. But
No, if you want it to not be on the agenda, then you need to tell Kip. Everything should be on the agenda, but we
No.
get it before everyone, and if it's your district and you don't feel you're ready, I think that it would be appropriate for you to ask. And
so I
make
think
that-
everything on the agenda right now, and for what I heard and for what I see, I don't even think the president knew everything that was on the agenda. So I think everything that's gonna go on the agenda, that it should go to the president first. He should sit here and
Again, and
say,
this is a repeat agenda from a month ago.
Yeah.
So we've all known all of this stuff, quite a while. Sorry.
it's a lot of new things. You okay? Sometimes that's what we do. We have to get it out of our system. And right now, we know what's going on with the virus, with Ida. So, sometimes it's best to just shout it out than keep it in. So that's a good thing. You was able to get it out your system right now.
Thank you, Councilman Wells.
Moving right along.
All right. Anyone else on number 3?
I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
And Councilman Wells?
Aye.
Number 4.
Final adoption of an emergency ordinance to allow the waiver of certain building permit fees and utility fees regarding repairs for damage caused by and emergency housing relocation due to Hurricane Ida.
Anyone from the public? YouTube?
Make a Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Andrews.
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez. Councilman Leon.
Aye.
Councilman Wells.
Aye.
All right, introduction of ordinance and set for public hearing.
Introduction of an ordinance declaring movable property as surplus and providing for a donation to benefit public safety. 6 digital alley body cameras and 1 docking station. Janitor.
Devon, I thought you were going to be here for 6 or 8 hours. You really about to leave? It's not done?
You can catch me anytime you want, but I'm not gonna entertain you tonight, ma'am.
Okay, just checking. Sorry, Janet, go ahead.
These are cameras that are no longer in use since we updated our system to Axon. They're not compatible. So the police chief has recommended that we donate these to a smaller entity with.
Hold up. I apologize. Miss Gonzalez, Councilman Gonzalez, what's my name?
I said Councilman Wells.
You didn't say that.
Oh, that's
Devon.
because you had got up and you weren't sitting in your position as a councilman.
Yes, watch what you say to me, please.
Go ahead, Jan.
As I was saying, we would like to donate these to a smaller entity. Springfield only has 2 body cameras, and we are actually trying to help enforce their public safety, and they're no longer in use for us, so we're just asking for approval to be able to do the donation.
Thank you. Make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Councilman Andrews.
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilman Leon.
Aye.
Councilman Wells. A public hearing will be scheduled for September 28, 2021.
Number 2.
Introduction of an ordinance to declare used Kate Street playground equipment as surplus and no longer needed by the city, and to donate it to the Hammond Area Recreation District.
This is playground equipment that we actually had to cut out of the ground, so it's not subsurface anymore, and there was no other need for it in any other parks. The actual park that we are going to donate it to is a parish park. It's the Old Tillman, also known as the C.P. Mitchell Park. We're going to do it through Chapapila Park, which is the Hammond Area Recreation District. Mr. Barker Nim is very happy to receive this, so we're just asking for council's approval to proceed with the donation.
Okay. I make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Councilman Andrews.
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilman Leon.
Aye.
Councilman Wells. Public hearing is scheduled for September 28, 2021.
Okay. Number 3.
Introduction of an ordinance to declare as surplus and authorize the sale of the items listed below to sell on govdeal.com.
The city equipment, majority of the first 6 of them, they all need either motors, engines, transmissions. The repair is more costly than the value of the vehicles or the equipment. The rest of the items on the agenda, on the donation, surplus, is stuff from evidence that was unclaimed. So they went through the process of putting it on advertisement and they claimed it. So we're just trying to ask for this to be surplus and authorize to sell it on GovDeal.
Make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Councilman Andrews.
Aye.
Councilman Divatario.
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Aye.
Councilman Leon.
Aye.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ms. Lisa.
Thank you, Jana.
Number 4.
Introduction of an ordinance to transfer $86,819.96 from the sale tax fund balance to purchase a Kubota tractor for the airport on state contract number AG-4400017852 from Star Equipment.
The only reason I'm up here is just to verify that we have over $600,000 in the sales tax fund balance. So what this would be, and this is just an introduction tonight, there would be the public hearing should you choose to introduce it, and we can have up on the projector screen the difference in the budget and how that would look. So this would just come from the fund balance, which is unallocated money, and it would come into just by this tractor. Dave can tell you about the tractor that's being in.
First of all, thank you for allowing us to get this on to the agenda tonight. It was a relatively unexpected expense. A couple of weeks before the storm, our 20-year-old Kubota tractor, which is the second of our two tractors, completely broke down. The information I've got from Kent in our garage is we're looking at an in-frame rebuild of the engine. The engine's completely blown to the tune of around $18,000. In addition, air conditioning and transmission repairs would cost roughly up to an additional $20,000. So we're looking at about, between $35,000 and $40,000 to repair that 20-year-old tractor. I think, to me, it's a no-brainer to go ahead and replace it at this point. It's 20 years old. We don't need to replace the bush hog. The bush hog is still good. That's why we're only asking for the tractor. And this is, again, on state contract. But I got to have at least 2 bush hogs to keep those 900 and something acres cut.
How many hours that tractor has on it?
Tried to get those hours. I think if we get another battery in there and maybe bottom line is it's a digital electrical powered readout for the hours, but I'm not able to get the hours off of it right now. But I can get that for you before the hearing.
Make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Councilman Andrews?
Aye.
Councilman Divatario?
Aye.
Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Aye.
Councilman Leon?
Aye.
Councilman Wells? Public hearing will be scheduled for September 28, 2021.
Okay. Make a motion to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.